Mic check, mic check.
Mic check. Nope.
Pleasant good morning once again to everyone. In person, of course, those joining us on Zoom. Close it. I would like to give apologies once again for the late start, but thank you so much for enjoying with us. And I assure you, the program is not long and it will be very informative on this morning. And I am so glad to see that lovely rose in this beautiful garden. But this morning, before we get started, we're going to invite Bishop Darren Stirrup, and he's going to come with a prayer. And following the prayer, we're all going to stand for the national anthem.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we are so grateful and thankful for your divine providence over the watch of the night. We thank you for touching each and every one of our body, mind, souls, and spirit. We thank you, Lord, for the desires that you have placed in our hearts, that we can assemble here this morning in this beautiful environment. And we pray, oh God, for all of the facilitators, oh God, that will share. We pray that you will open up their wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Give them the right words to say. We pray, oh God, for our waiting audience, oh God, that is watching us by Zoom. We pray our blessings upon them as well. And Father God, whatever the goal might be today, we pray that it will be achieved, oh God, through this means. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Lift up your head to the rising sun, Bahamaland. March on to glory, your bright banner waving high. See how the world marks the manner of your bearing. Pledge to excel through love and unity, pressing onward, march together to a common loftier goal. Steady sunward, though the weather has a wide and treacherous shore. Lift up your head to the rising sun, Bahamaland. which it stands, one people, united in love and service. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. At this time, we'll have opening remarks by Mr. Woods, the president of the Bahamas. We have some big hitters in the room.
Excuse me. Sorry to interrupt, President Woods, but I don't know if you all introduce yourselves. Did you all introduce yourselves? Yes, so they don't know who you're talking about. So please, if you could do that.
My name is Doris Allen, the co-chair for Bahamas Young Surveyors Network.
And my name is Don Kemp, the other co-chair of the Bahamas Young Surveyors Network, the internationally accredited network. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. So yes, we have a new organization, Bahamas Young Surveyors Network, and as you see, those two persons there are going to be heading that organization. This is our general meeting. Um, we are moving quickly to go towards our AGM and our elections by next week. Um, you all would know that during the month of June, we are required to have our elections and our AGM. Along with that, we just want to do a kind of report card and inform the surveyors in particular of the things that we have accomplished and the developments that have taken place between September and now. Um, there is not too much for me to say as an introduction. I think we should just get directly into it and move along as quickly as we can. There's a part of this that we will eventually break off into a separate surveyors only meeting. And so we want to just cover things in order and as quickly as we can so we can get towards surveyors meeting. So without further ado, let's just continue along with our plan and our agenda. Um, Thomas, is our presentation ready?
So first of all, just before we go into the rest of it, I just want to thank all of you for coming. And I want to thank specifically Bishop Darren Starr, who traveled all the way from Grand Bahama, just specifically to assist us. He's really been working with us, and you'll hear a little bit about that later. But also thank all of you for coming.
And
Also,
Dr. Hamilton.
Dr. Hamilton, he's made it a point to get here, despite all these many tentacles that he has out there. And also Mr. Johnson, okay? So just want to recognize those persons.
From Civil Society Bahamas.
Civil Society, but sorry, he's the president of Civil Society Bahamas.
And
And okay, so that's basically it for now, but you're going to get some more as we go along. So I'll turn it back over to the co-chairs. If you all please.
Thank you, sir. At this time, we have a presentation by Mr. Floyd Ambrista and Mr. Rudy Dean. And they will be presenting on appraisal real estate and valuation.
what we mean by that is we're saying that, um, there's no, like,
Pressure.
yes, there you go, Floyd.
No incumbencies. They're not subject to, you ain't got to, I got to sell because,
Or working on a deal
working
or
on a deal
whatever.
with someone.
So what we're trying to do is find the most realistic price that a property is valued at. Implicit in this definition is the consummation of a sale as of a specific date and the passing of title from buyer to seller under conditions whereby the buyer and seller are typically motivated. Both parties are well informed or advised and acting in what they consider their own best interest. A reasonable time is allowed for exposure on the open market. Payment is made in terms of cash, Bahamian currency or other financial arrangement. The price represents the normal consideration of property sold unaffected by special financing or sales concessions granted by anyone associated with the sale. Do you want to expand?
Yeah, no, because sometimes the fellow say, boy, I trade this with you for this and that sort of stuff. And in a lot of cases, someone may say, boy, I bought that for X amount of dollars. It's right next door to another property, and then you wonder why the fellow saying my property ain't valued at if is valued more in the case of the fellow trying to get a mortgage or just trying to do it as a deed of gift. So there are always other circumstances and factors affecting the value. But what we really try to establish, there are no special conditions. This property sell at that rate, this property sell at that rate, so we say it can sell at 10, 5, $7 per square foot, that sort of stuff. And then other factors that are involved is the property low-lying or swamp-like area, has elevation, it has waterfront or beachfront. And in many cases, when we talk about beachfront, we try to value that property per foot as opposed to per square foot and that sort of stuff. All of these different factors go into establishing a fair market value.
And then there's zoning. And so you would see properties in a neighborhood, some are residential, some are duplex, triplex, multifamily, some are commercial, and then there's mixed use. And so these are the typical, there are lots of different types of zoning, but these are the typical ones that the average person deals with. And then there's something called highest and best use. Now what that means is that if a property is zoned for let's say multifamily, and you put a house on that, you're not using the full potential of that property. And so the highest and best use would be the highest level of zoning for that property.
And also in a lot of cases, with a property could be zoned for commercial. You could put residential or multifamily in it. But if it's zoned residential, you can't put multifamily or commercial in it. And these zonings are done by physical planning, and in some cases you can go in and make an application to have the property rezoned based on precedent in the particular area.
Yes, I have a question. You will repeat what you said about it can be zoned by what again?
No,
The Department of Physical Planning.
physical planning is very
Yeah, they're the only ones who officially
give you the zoning with the zoning of the
Right.
property.
And see, that is very, very important because a lot of time people, they see a property and they would say, man, I want to put an apartment on that. But the papers, the legal documents would say it's only residential. And so a lot of time people get mixed up. And then there's a big difference between duplex, triplex, and multifamily
Right.
based on the square footage of the property.
Right.
And so the Department of Physical Planning, they have the actual, dimensions of the requirements for each different type of zoning.
And another thing you have to consider is the restrictive covenants in your conveyance. Like a lot of people, you probably can
time ago, only houses were on Marathon Road. Now you see a lot of businesses. And so as time go by, things change and situations change. And so you can get rezoning of the property. Now, then there's topography, like Floyd started to say, and which is more related to surveyors. This has to do with everything related to the character of the property, whether it's flat or solid, or if there are any adverse conditions like sinkholes or whatever, or is there any elevation and that kind of stuff. And so this where the two trade more or less intersect, because we have to know exactly if an architect want to put a plan on a building, they have to know the characteristic of the physical issues with the property. And then what we use a lot of maps. And so we try to find as much maps as we can for the particular property, such as Google Maps, street maps, geology maps, zoning maps. And so whatever type of map we can find, we use it, because all that helps describe, what the property is all about.
And one of the things we do is we make friends with surveyors. We know that you have to use their plans or maps to get our job done. So we be nice to them all the time.
In the Bahamas, finding information is very hard.
Right.
So there are certain people who have information.
Right.
And so this is where the two industries intersect again.
Exactly. And I'll tell you this almost off a little deviation, but I learned from neurosurgeon Dr. Nuri said the difference between the first world and the third world is not brain power or money. It's information. So always be associated with information.
And not only information, but knowing how to
apply
access it
and apply it correctly.
Yes. Right. And then we use the location. This also where knowing a little bit about terrain is, because you have to describe the exact location of the property. A lot of people, they try to use, the latitude and longitude, and they really get confused. Because if you put into, the system the type of information that a lot of people put in, you'll end up probably on Mars.
Right.
Because, a lot of people don't understand, the specifics of location. Yes. And then we also use the directions. We try to start from a main road, because I've seen a lot of reports saying, go to this corner, go to that alley, turn left, turn right, and all. You'll also end up lost. And so we normally start from a main road and then give you direction to the property, because the banks in particular, they often want to know how to get to that property. Because, if they need to be able to find it.
If it goes to foreclosure, and they want to know. Plus, in a lot of cases, I come from a banking background also. If you finance a property and you don't check that property, and multiple years pass, and you say the property goes into foreclosure, the fellow may have started off with commercial activity in that property. If you wait 5, 6 years and you go there, place and get burnt down. The fellow then probably
Right,
Reg, I don't know if you know this.
And once again, we have to go either to physical planning to get a copy of it
Okay,
or
never mind.
through our surveying buddies.
We can talk, but
Because,
not, you know, 'cause I'm
like
amazing.
Floyd said, you know, finding
Tell
plans
me.
is very difficult sometimes. And so the banks often
I
refer
noticed some
us
of the
to
trash.
other
You finished or?
corporate
No, no, the meeting's ongoing, but.
No,
I was just gonna say, he's
And the
probably
other
coming
place the
back
banks
tomorrow to get
really,
the
really
rest of
pack
that
on
Beverly's
recent times
guy
is
came and
the
got some of
construction.
it.
This
How
realtor
much is,
is
no,
really came into play
probably,
because
I gave her
they,
$50 for gas. I don't know if,
throughout the
right,
Bahamas,
she could
a lot of
charge me
people
for him or not.
they tend to
Have
do
to
their
wait
own
and see.
engineering.
Okay.
You know, they be their own surveyors. You know, and I remember even in my own
This is a
personal case,
surveyor's
when
meeting.
I purchased a property to build my house and we started to build, we realized something was wrong. And our neighbor had like 5 feet of our property, you know, and so that became an issue right away. And in my experience, I've experienced a whole lot of encroachment, you know, with properties. And so right now, the bank insists that we state if the boundary markers are in place. And sometimes they even ask for a letter from a surveyor because, you know, and it's good that the government is starting to fix these issues because, you know, throughout the Bahamas, we have so many problems with land, you know, and so it's good that everything is starting to fall into place.
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay, what could the bank do if they have an idea that the measurement and the boundary is not correct?
I am one of these guys.
Yeah, we know it. We like to do that to refer to our buddies.
But say you might be a person might like your neighbor might hire somebody, but you feel as though that the person might not be completely honest. So hire someone else then.
Well, you get a second opinion, you know. What you do is and they let them give it to you in writing because they have insurance and that sort of stuff. They give you the wrong information, then they liable. The fellow ain't gonna put his name on something unless he know he can back it up. So, and that's what these fellas do. They go check that. Say, if I tell you that, and I sign to that, that's what it is.
Yeah, numbers don't lie.
Yeah.
People do, but numbers don't lie. Right. Then we look at the transportation in the area where it's connected to a main road because a lot of times developers they sell undeveloped properties, and so you know by law each property is supposed to be able to connect to a main road, you know, to even if it's even through you know other roads, but you have to have access to that property, right? All that determines value. Um, we describe whether it's paved or unpaved, whether it's street lights, whether there's electricity or utilities, and also if what's the closest public transportation, because all this influence the value of a property.
We also look into the density of the particular area, especially with subdivision, to see whether or not they still have other properties available in that area, which would also indicate value because if you have less properties, then the next one value continues to go up. Fella getting in early, get in at a good rate. But so we put all those factors into the mix.
And also drainage. You know, does the area flood? Is there adequate drainage? And so all these things, all these factors influence the value. And like Floyd said, the neighborhood characteristic, that mainly that alone helps more than anything else determine the value because if some people like we said, your neighbor may have a house smaller or less developed than yours, right? And you might have one which is much more developed than others in the neighborhood. And so what we look for is conformity. You know, most of the homes similar, or they build with the same type of material, or that kind of thing, because that's what determines characteristic of the neighborhood, and that carries a lot of weight and value.
Exactly. And in a lot of cases, fellas say you want you to appraise his house. And he said, boy, I put this in mind, I put that in mind,
public facilities, post office, clinics, shopping.
Airport,
Yeah,
and that sort of stuff.
right. Yes, sir.
What about the absence or the presence of city water in the area? Because some places have like area like they have like wells.
Right, yeah.
That make it.
Yeah, all that comes under utilities.
Utilities.
You know, what type of utilities are there? Is there water, light, telephone, cable, and all that? Yeah. Um, that pretty much covers it, you know. Yes, sir.
I have a few questions. I just wanted to make sure you're hearing me now.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the first question I have is, chicken or the egg? Like, do we do the appraisal first or the survey? Because in many instances, the appraisal goes up there, and sometimes they may even give the wrong impression because they don't know the boundaries themselves. Obviously, that's not good.
So we can make sure people listening can hear the question. Sorry for that, I'm so sorry.
So yes, so with the banks in particular, they usually call the surveyor after the appraisal's been done. Well, a lot of banks that I've seen.
Yeah, they're behind the eight ball because the appraisers, one of the things that when you say call me or Rudy, you say you want an appraisal done, first thing we got, you have a site plan,
Absolutely.
or do you have a copy of the conveyance?
Correct.
Yes. Because I need to determine what the legal description is, and I need to know what kind of boundaries, to know the square footage of that property, because the square footage also determines the value of the land. Now, there's a building that we have to determine the value of the building, but we add both of them in order to come up with an overall value, including whether or not it's enclosed and all that sort of stuff. But first things, do you have a site plan?
Yeah, and the site plan goes within the appraisal, so that's critical for the report. So to answer your question, the chicken does come before the egg.
Just another question, my last one for now. Is in different jurisdiction they use the term valuation versus appraisal. In a Bahamian context, could you expand on that, please?
Same thing. Well, they're interchangeable,
Are they?
and yeah, valuation.
Yeah.
You
The,
go ahead.
the British normally use valuation, the American use appraisal, but it's the same thing.
So a question, if someone is Bricks or some valuator in this jurisdiction and they give an appraisal or appraisal versus someone from Rio, it's equally seen the same?
Yeah, Rex is British.
Yeah, Rick's is British, and you'll come to realize the older you get in life that some people believe they have dominance, and they do it to try to differentiate, and in many cases to divide. But in essence, we all trying to achieve the same thing: is what is the value of the property? You could call it an appraisal. The government could call it an assessment.
Assessor,
So, but in essence, what is the value of that property? The government value may be, in many cases, lower, and in some cases that's good because you pay a lower amount for your taxes. But the bank will look at the property for loan purpose. So they have a different impression as to what this value should be. The buyer will look at that property with a different view because he wants to get it for little or nothing. The seller will look at it, including their emotions, think it is more valuable than it really is. So then we have to try to find a fair medium to see how we're going to deal with that property or what we can assess the value at.
and when you talk about the bank, in order to be on the bank list, you have to have at least $1 million.
Indemnity
Liability.
insurance.
Yeah.
Liability insurance.
And so the process of assessing the value is practically the same. Just that some would say tomato, some would say potato, you know, so it's just, you know, taught me. It's the construction value of the property, the current construction value. And so we compare all three of those and then come to consensus on what the current value is.
Right, and then the income approach, you determine what is rented for, less expenses, maintenance and all that sort of stuff, what kind of value it produce, and then we come up with a particular value for that. And then, like you say, over the three income, costs, and also the sales comparative. See if similar properties sold within 6 month period, what that person got. But then again, as we indicated earlier, some special circumstances may have existed for that sale that you have to try and determine before you can include or use that as a comparative in trying to reduce that particular value.
Question. As you, I mean, at the end of your presentation, could you also include how does one get training or how does one enter your profession for me, please?
Yeah, there's a real estate association, and they have different requirements. There's a course that you have to take, and so I can explain it.
Yeah, but initially, in order to become an appraiser, you have to go through the salesman process. Becoming a salesman in the real estate association, and after you've been a salesman, then you have to be an apprentice under an appraiser, a broker appraiser, for a particular period of time, and then you sit the appraiser's course before you can. And once you pass it, there's two parts to it. They will then grant you. You then apply the real estate association for your license. It's not an easy road.
And that's what, 3 years?
3 years, yeah. See, and not only that, as the world turns, and as the world as you know the world to be, there are some gatekeepers.
Still the same.
It's still the same.
It's even worse now.
Yeah, so.
We working that out now. That's why.
And I figured that too.
Yeah. In different industries, you have the same issue.
Same issues. The gatekeepers, they will put obstacles in your way.
Okay. Okay, so excuse me. Thank you so much. But just before you go, I just want to say afterwards we need just a little session with you because some of the people online couldn't hear you.
Okay.
And so we just want to make sure everybody gets to speaking. So some people couldn't hear.
So, when you all,
Yeah, we done.
thank you very much. That was very informative. Now we could have, be going to have a few words by Mr. Dr. Hamilton from the Civil Society, President, Civil Society.
Mr. Brissy did an excellent job. Excellent job. All right, it's on? Okay. I'm going to try to do something brief rather than going through the normal exercise. But I'm privileged to represent the Civil Society of Bahamas, which is the apex body for the NGOs. How many are familiar with NGOs? All right. Civil Society of Bahamas is the apex body for the NGOs for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and we're very proud to say that. In saying that, I want to open up. Mr. Dane and Mr. Mbrissi reminded me of a theme, an operational theme for Civil Society of Bahamas some years back called Re-Education, Training, and Development. And as we look at this today, the activities that are taking place today, and some commentary that came by, I'm going to put something out, and then I'll go back to address Civil Society of Bahamas. We heard about those gatekeepers And our society has become rank with corruption, rank with conspiracy, and rank with cultural contamination. This is a hurdle for all of us. It's a cross-sectorial experience in our society. And Civil Society Bahamas has a mandate to always seek the best interests of every citizen of the Commonwealth of Bahamas and to ensure that the quality of life for all Bahamians is actually improved. So at the crux of the mandate for Civil Society Bahamas, that's what it's really all about, seeking out the best interests of all citizens and residents and ensure the quality of life is improved for all of us. That's very important to say that. And the reason I'm saying that is because of the reality of what we're experiencing right now. As we speak, as we are present, these things are real for all of us as far as our society is concerned. Incidentally, all of us have a responsibility for this. Oftentimes persons would say that the government this, the government that, and the government all these other things, right? But who is the government? We are the government. And we just went through a recent exercise with regard to the general election. And I'm doing this deliberately because post the general election, we can take a closer look at some things that prior to the election was of a concern. But the responsibility has not stopped. This responsibility is still with us. Now, I'm saying this because in the mandate of Civil Society Bahamas, there are 4 pillars. The first is the social aspect, second by the economics, third with regard to good governance, and fourthly, natural resources. Now, what are we speaking about? In this instance, with regard to the social aspect, we're speaking about each of us as voters and taxpayers. Voters and taxpayers. The second leg of that with regard to economics, it flips. You're now speaking about taxpayers and voters. Watch it. And then we go to good governance. And good governance is speaking about the tax collectors and the dispensers of the taxes. Then we move to the natural resources, which is speaking about all of us as stakeholders and gatekeepers. Civil Society Bahamas is about the people first. We make a bold statement in our sector that people are the most important assets and investments of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Those are financial terms and they're deliberate. Assets and investments. What do we do with our assets? What do you do with assets? Anybody? You protect the assets and you try to improve the assets, all right? And you do that by reinvestment. So you must have a good grasp of what your assets are in order to protect it, in order to grow it, but you must also be prepared to make additional investments. Now, across the various sectors that are represented as we come together in this grouping, you're speaking about assets and you're speaking about investments, all right? Your profession is an asset. And how do you improve your asset? Re-education, training, and development is a part of that process to improve your assets. So you have to make reinvestments. And this exercise today is a part of that reinvestment exercise, all right? Putting you in a position that you get Mr. Briston, Mr. Dean actually hit it on the head. Mr. Nuru gave some excellent wisdom. Information. Information. Making sure that you get quality information because the content of your information is also critical. If you have bad information, you make bad decisions. So you need quality, good information in order to be able to make excellent decisions. And your life is improved as a result of it. But we have a responsibility in this regard, particularly from Civil Society Bahamas, and I emphasize this because when we blame the government or we blame other, pointing the finger, but you forget all these other fingers are coming back at you. So the question here is, all of us have a challenge, all of us have a responsibility. Civil Society Bahamas' operational theme currently is giving back while taking responsibility. Giving back while taking responsibility. In order to give, you must have something to give. And any of us would appreciate, we don't want people to give us junk. We want them to give us something with value. So you ought to be in that same position. You don't give junk. You give something with values, something that's going to make a difference positively when you give it, all right? But in giving back while taking responsibility, there's some other components that underlie that, and that's introspection. We come first. Whatever you're doing, examine yourself first to make sure that you're in a position to be able to give something of quality. in the aviation industry speak about the fact that put on your mask first. And there's a reason for that. If you don't have a good oxygen supply and you're trying to help other persons, you pass out and then everybody in plane is over. So as surveyors, as appraisers, you make sure you take care of your business first. Be the best in your particular area. Be the best. Always strive to be the best. Always seek to acquire knowledge, information with understanding that you can exercise wisdom in executing. So introspection would be the first aspect of that. Secondly would be restoration. We are speaking in an environment where we have already recognized some things that are going south. The mere fact that you recognize it's going south, you have a responsibility, and that's for all of us in civil society. The minute you recognize something is going south, you have a responsibility to check it. Now, you may not be able to bring the solution to it, but the mere fact that you recognize it, you can search with other persons who would have the solution to it, and you partner with them. That's what civil society Bahamas is really all about, partnering. So we seek out whatever the problem is, we try to source the proper responses to it so we can bring the corrective action, bring the solution to it. So it's restoration. But then we go to resurrection. Because the reality of it is many things have died in our society and it needs to be resurrected. But you must recognize that, and you have to be properly positioned to be able to do that. In essence, there's some things that you dare not touch, but there's some things that you must touch because you're not equipped or you are equipped. And so when we recognize that, those things that you can correct, do that. And do it now. N-O-W. Do it now. Don't wait until later to do it. Do it now. That now is an acronym also. Know it, own it, and work it. Right now. That's a responsibility for all of us. Nobody to say that she's going to do it or he's going to do it or they should do it. It's about what you can do right now. Take that responsibility and do it now. You're going to be the better for it. You're going to be the better for it. And then you're being better, you're going to be in a better position to help other persons to do better. So do it now. All right? I want to make, as a matter of fact, I'm going to share something directly from Civil Society Bahamas in terms of its memorandum and articles of association. All right? And I want to make sure I state it right. That's why I'm reaching for this paper. But as I say this, I want to draw your attention to this too. As a Bahamian, notice we classify that with citizens and residents. Anybody resident in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, you have an equal responsibility in this exercise. All right? Residents and citizens, citizenry and residents alike. The Bahamas. The Bahamas is expecting of you that you be your best citizen or resident in this country. Your best. And all of that we're doing right now in partnership with the Bahamas Association of Land Surveyors is ensure that we are lifting the bar. All right? We are lifting the bar. So everybody connected, we want to challenge you, provoke you, and incentivize you to improve your quality of delivery. All right? So you're not here by accident. I never believe that we assemble by accident. We're here because there's some things that need to be corrected, some things that need to be improved, and the fact that you're here, you have a contribution to make. So I want to challenge you to recognize that. You are not here by accident, and you're not going to be the same persons when you leave this room today because you made the sacrifice to be here. So you can take that to the bank. All right? Take that to the bank. I don't believe in wasting time, and when I put my hands to something, I really put my hand to it. All right? So I'm putting my hand to you today. All right? Now, as I referenced the, I need to say this before I do this, and that's reminding us of our foundation and our root system. When I say that, I'm speaking to the fact that our forefathers had a vision for this nation. They also had expectations of the citizenry and residents of this nation. All right? And that is predicated by virtue of our preamble of our Constitution and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Every citizen, every resident of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas ought to be in tune with the preamble of and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. That's our foundation. That's our root system. If you haven't yet done that, seek to be exposed properly to the preamble of and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Why do I say that? It's imperative that we move towards a unique national unity. All right? Very critical. This season, this time in the history of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, is imperative that we recognize our uniqueness and recognize our nation and recognize the critical need to be unified. It's a critical thing. As I say that, Civil Society of Bahamas is the apex body of civil society organizations for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Through its Memorandum of Association, Section 4, subsection C states as follows, and I quote, Civil Society of Bahamas searches for and identifies at any given time the myriad of problems that confront our society, either on its own volition or through the public at large, and search for solutions to these problems. The solutions are derived at after proper education and feedback from society through radio programs, television programs, town meetings, the internet, and any other appropriate forum, end quote. That's the sum total of the mandate of Civil Society of Bahamas as the apex body for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. You recognize that we're an archipelagic nation. Whatever we try to do in New Providence, Exoma expects it, Abaco expects it, San Salvador expects it, Meguana expects it, Andros expects it, all of them expecting the same thing. I happen to function heavily in the aviation sector as well. And you would hear about airports and the developments of respective airports, and everybody wants their own airport. Airports are very expensive, very, very expensive, all right? But everybody wants one, all right? Now, there's another acronym as I prepare to conclude this. HEELP, help, and that's help with emphasis. And the reason we go there is to ensure that we make a holistic, practical, and relevant approach to what we're dealing with. All that we're dealing with here, those things embodied in it. And that first, the H, is speaking about health. If you're not healthy, whether it's you, the nation, the community, the family that you're dealing with, you got a problem. So we need to always ensure that we have our healthiest approach, followed by our economic disposition. Because when we have a problem with economics, we got a big problem still. So our socioeconomic disposition, making sure that we are in a position to find proper funding, manage our funding properly so that we can take care of our assets and our investments. If we don't do a good job of that, we got a problem. Followed by education. And the order I'm placing this in is very strategic. Education is next because the reality of the question and the statement, I started today with it, but I'll bring it in here. The reality is every one of us must answer the question of life. You're alive. You were born, you will die, but you must live in between there. And that's a question you must answer. You must answer the question of, who am I? Who am I? This is a very individual approach, but it's also a collective approach. Because in order for all of us to properly benefit from whatever we're dealing with, you must answer that question first, is to know who you are. If you don't know who you are, you got a big problem, and all of us have a problem because you don't know who you are. When we know who we are, we become the most dangerous person on the face of the earth. And you have a right to be most dangerous as the individual that you are, because there's nobody like you. But many of us don't recognize that, and we try to be somebody else. That's a problem. So find out who you are. That's a life work. When you discover who you are, you become the most dangerous person on the face of the earth. But that's a good thing, because you will be challenged to execute, that you find your place and you occupy your space and you deliver your best that you can in that space. All right? So that question has to be answered. When you discover that and you are answering that question, now you can make your bold statement, who I am. Who I am. And wherever I see you, wherever I encounter you, you ought to be in a position to make your statement. And believe it or not, you are making a statement. But what is the quality of that statement you're making right now? And I'm challenging you, I'm pushing you to recognize and discover truly who you are and to make your bold statement, because you have a right to do that. All of us as residents and citizens in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, we are being required to do that. That's what our forefathers are looking for. That's the vision they had for us. And today you're sitting in a space that you get a chance to take another look and make those adjustments. In Boys Brigade, I learned to make adjustments with regard to drilling. You know, the parade is moving along and you're out of step. That's a nasty situation. But a lot of us as citizens, we're in that same disposition. We're out of step. We need to shuffle a little bit and get in step. This is a fresh day for you to do that. It's an opportunity to take a look at yourself, examine and critique yourself, make that stutter step make the difference, so that you're no longer the same person that you were when you came into this room. When you leave, you're a different person, and you keep conscious of that, that wherever is necessary to make those stutter steps, shuffle and get in line so that you can be your best person that you're capable of being. Thank you.
Sorry, so question, excuse me. Before you do the question, please come forward to the mic.
Yes, you said H-E-E-L-P. What's the L and the P?
All right. Yes. Thank you. That's a good student. All right. The H was health. The first E is economics. Yeah, and the second E would be education. The L is labor. All right. And the P is people performance. All right, people performance. And that's what we're really talking about, trying to help you to make that stutter step, make the shuffle, so that you become the best individual that you can possibly be in order to make positive contributions. You know what's very interesting about that too? I was conscious of time, that's why I tried to cut this now, but I had to go further. The reality of it is that each of us come from families. How many of your family members know what you do? Think about it. How many of your family members really know what you do? Very small, all right? But today we could shift that. Now that's a bit of your homework. Go back home and make sure that your family, my daughter just brought my ID badge, all right? I left this at home and I called her to bring this for me. But I lost a son in 2015. And this really hit home to me at that juncture, right? This young man went into New York, spent 9 months in New York, and made a 180 in New York. He was watching me. I didn't realize how much the boy was watching me. But he ended up, I have some relatives in New York who were very much in the political arena, civil society sector. They work closely with the NAACP. And that young man went into New York and found himself heavily engaged, making some serious waves and difference. They're seeking to honor him posthumous. But I'm saying this because it's so critical. I learned this as a father. My son taught me to be a father, gave me the opportunity to learn to be a father. I had a good father. My father was way up there, par excellence. But it was not until I had my first child that I really appreciated what the father was really all about, all right? I was on the receiving end of a good father, but now to give as a good father was where I had to learn this thing, all right? So I'm saying this to you about, and we got a lot of men in here. Boy, this is a dead good thing today, all right? Ladies, no offense, we love you, all right? We love you. But our men need to step up. Our men really need to step up. And guess what? You really have no choice, you know. Any man with any salt, you want to step up. You want to step up, and you should. I'm proud to be a man. I am proud to be a man. No kidding. Dead proud to be a man. And I take that very seriously. And I try to provoke other men to do likewise. That's a gift. Don't squander it. It's a gift. Don't squander it. Wear it well. Exercise well. Punch it, man. All right? Get every drop out of being a man. Get every drop out of it. It's a gift. I said the yeah. Yes, yes. We are better with our women. All right. When our women support us, we are better because of our women supporting us. All right. The president and I were having a conversation. This is real talk. Nationally, we are struggling for quality men in our society. You know where the evidence is? It's every area indeed. But check what the crime situation. You know we have a challenge right now to find quality men for the defense force, for the police force, for immigration, for the prison. All right. We got to be in a big fight. Big fight. Yes, surveyors too. All right? Seriously. Yeah. We in a big fight. All right? So when I say to you to go back to your family, family is not only your immediate family, it's your extended family likewise. All right? It's not only your immediate family, but think of your nephews, all right? Think of those, even in the neighborhood, all right? I have an adopted son. All right? He's a piece of work, but he's a good piece of work. All right? Gene differences, you know your genes. But when you embrace another gene pool, right? And now you have to make adjustments to try and draw the best out of that gene pool. All right? It's a work. But as men, that's our calling. We're made for that. All right? We're made for that. Oh, HEE. Oh, do you want me to reiterate it? All right. The health situation, yeah, the H is speaking to our health system, period, right? Remember now, we, as individuals, we are spirit, we are soul, we are body, we are emotions, we are will, and intellect. This is a good question he asks. I didn't get into the depth of this, but I'll give me a moment with this, and then I'll come to that. The thing about the health aspect of it is we're speaking about proper alignment, all right? If you are not properly aligned, it impedes the way that you can actually deliver. But when you're properly aligned, but nothing can stop you. Nothing can stop you. Trust me on that. Nothing could stop you, all right? Moving to the economics is, again, all of us, we're never broke, We're never broke. There's always something to trade with. It may be tangible, it may be intangible, but there's always something to trade with. But you have to know that. You have to be able to identify what your asset is. That's what assets are really all about. It's a base to trade with. Now, your trading, you could lose it if you trade badly. So you have to learn to trade wisely. And that's where the reinvestment comes. If you have something, you work it to maximize it. So you add to it, you build it. All right? And this is it's right back to family. Because that's what we do for our children. We use our assets to make sure that you're in a position to empower your children. You live through your children. Nieces and nephews, you live through all of them. But you have to be in command of your asset so that you can multiply your asset, give them an opportunity to participate, and you teach them to do it. I was doing it with my nephews as little kids. I have a cooperative background, work in the cooperative sector as a controller and also a general manager in the cooperative sector, credit unions in particular. And I had them as kids with a credit union, all right? They were signatories on the bank account very early because I was grooming them to position them to take the responsibility. I just stay behind and guide them going through. Do this in your family. Do it in your families. You can do this. You can do this. Economics, then we go to education. And education is not simply academics. It is not simply academics. Education, the knowledge, the information that you can get, and you assess that information to improve the quality of that information so you can share the information. And as you share it, you're going to grow because you're going to learn different ways of dispensing it. And it swings back because as you share, and somebody would challenge you, it causes you to think, so you figure out another way to be sharper at it next time around. All right? So we move from education, we go to labor. Labor is a tool, skills, gifts, and talents. All right? And the way you use it, but you must recognize what you have in order to be able to use it. But you have to be engaged in order to truly maximize it. You have to be engaged. You can't sit by and, well, I know, no. Get in it and work this thing, man. Work it. Work smart. All right, learn to work smart. That's the key about your labor. And this labor thing, some of us work with our brain. You know, we think it through, and we sell what we think through as consultants. All right? And then there's some of us, we muscle some things through. All right? Because you learn strategies to deal with certain things. And so when somebody's having a challenge with it, you can slip in, pop something, and then it changes the whole environment. All right? But each of us, just as we are different size-wise, and all of us are uniquely different. So there's something you can bring to the table, but you got to be engaged. You have to be engaged in order to be able to get that to the table. Don't sit on the sidelines. Get in it. Take responsibility. You have to engage it. So then, the education to labor and the people performance. People are a very interesting thing. Remember we said people are the most important assets and investments. Without people, ain't nothing happening. So we must learn to value them, appreciate them, show appreciation, all right? Give credit. Don't hoard it. Be willing to give. Validation, all right? Value people. Love people. Love people. Some of us are tests, but hey, you learn to deal with it, all right? You learn when to shut up. You learn when to speak, all right? I hope that helped. I'll stop there.
So thank you very much. That was very intriguing. Dr. Hamilton, we got to bring him for the camp. So since we started late, we're gonna reduce all the times for speaking before myself and my co-chair make our presentation. So, Mr. Johnson, you could speak to the finance limit treatment.
Thank you very much. I mean, yeah. Coming after Dr. Hamilton is a tough act to follow, right? But knowledge, you all can benefit from it. Okay, know who you are, right? My name is Kendall Johnson. I'm a retired finance officer in the government institution. I've worked in about 10 different agencies. You know, I work from the air to the ground. And my area is basically finances. Okay, dealing with the finances, controlling the finances. And Dr. Hamilton mentioned something that I would like to piggyback on, and he talked about in the system there's conspiracy, contamination, corruption, and I would like to add collusion. Okay? I entered the government agency. I was well trained. Started in the Ministry of Health, and they taught me how it ought to be done. And as I moved, it wasn't easy. But I stood by the guns. One guy said, but we never did this. I said, but I was never here before. Okay, now that I'm here, this is the way it ought to be done. And if you don't want to do it that way, it ain't happening. Now, you know I was public enemy number one, right? But you have to stand by your guns, okay? And I met Mr. Thompson, Mr. Ferguson at Freedom of Information when I was on my way out. I did a 3-year stint there. And it was a fight. Every agency, it was a fight. You win some battles and you lose some. But I stick to my guns. I moved 6 times in 6 years. 6 times in 6 years, because everybody had their system in place. And when you come and you go in against the system, we got to get rid of this one. He's blocking my hustle. Souring my vibe, like the young people would say. You know? Well, I soured a lot of wives. You know? It wasn't easy, but I'm still standing to the help of the Almighty. You know? You don't have to compromise. Okay? And that's one thing that I failed to do. I suffered the cost, but I endured until the end. Okay, and speaking to Mr. Ferguson, he was saying that prior, the Land Surveyors Association, or BALS, had a problem in the past about accountability and transparency, the way in which things ought to be done.
And I mentioned to him that I'll be willing to help and assist with the new committee to share and to place the groundwork as to how things ought to be done. Okay? And it's basically simple. Okay? Transparency, efficiency, and accountability. I look at transparency as that I worked for a man, he had glass walls. Okay? So when you pass the glass walls, you don't have to worry what's going on inside. You can see. It's transparent. You see, when you're not transparent, that means you have a hidden agenda. And what we need in most organizations, what I advise in this organization, for everybody to know what's going on, how the thing go. Okay? How the thing go? Like take, for instance, what I do, whenever a document comes to me, there are certain questions I ask. What, where, who, when, how, and why. If you can't answer those questions, it's a problem. Something hidden. Yeah. Yeah. You know, what do you want? Why do you want it? Who authorized it? Where's it going to be? When? All these things you need to put in one document. That's the basics. That's what you need to know. And if one of these questions can be answered, it's a problem because every government agency is subject to an audit. And one of my supervisors at the Treasury said, whatever you do, it must pass the audit test. If it can't pass the audit test, because whenever the auditors come to the agency and they go to the manager or the permanent secretary, they send them to the finance officer. I have to answer the questions. So if I have to answer the questions, I need an answer for each one of these questions. So when the questions is asked, and you have to document it. And if there's a problem, why? Like take, for instance, you want to order, I know we had a situation where we ordered some tires for the Family Islands. We bought the cheapest tires. You know the roads, they're rough, right? So we want the best quality tires. Now the best quality tires are usually more expensive. So you have to say why you need it. Because the roads, a simple explanation. You see, it's just basically asking these questions about, and also too, when it comes to funding, I understood that we were seeking some funding from the government. Whenever you receive funding from the government, you have to account for what you want it for and how it is spent. And you're supposed to spend it on how you say what you want it for. And if you deviate from that, you have to explain why. There's some justifiable explanation. Or like take, for instance, if you get a quotation from a company for a particular type of work. Like I know they were doing the clinic in Governor's Harbor one time, right? Rebuilding the clinic. Supplier quoted the price to repair, replenish the clinic. Now, when they get in the walls, they realize all the walls was rotten. And so the quote couldn't play. And so they had to spend extra money. I think Mr. Ingram was the prime minister at that time. And he said, well, a deal is a deal. It took longer, and it was more expensive. He said, a deal is a deal. Okay, you can't make me pay you because it was up to you to find out, the cost of everything. But he said, I will meet you halfway. I understand, sometimes these things happen. So instead of, he extended it a bit, not what they really, really valued. He said, a deal is a deal. And so that's basically what it is. So therefore, what I was saying to Mr. Thompson is that, Mr. Ferguson, sorry, is that you need to set up a system among the executive team, because no
work as the role as the finance officer, and Mr. Hamilton, Dr. Hamilton can understand because he served in that role. The role of the finance officer is to ensure that the funds are accounted for, okay? And if anything comes to me, a system should be in place as to who approves it first. The head, the head of the department will either he would be the person or he or she would assign somebody and say, okay, it has to be approved. Without that approval, it can't go. Okay? It can't go because I am not authorized to approve. I execute. Right? Now, if it doesn't have the necessarily approval, I would have to send it back and say, okay, it needs the president or whoever. And then I also, so that everybody would know, the person who requested it would have to get it approved. It has to come to me for me to process. And I cannot, the finance officer, the person in charge, should not process it unless it has all the approvals that is put in place by management. Okay? That's basically straightforward. And it can't slip through the crack. It shouldn't be able to slip through the crack unless you need, government usually say 3 quotations, 3 quotes, and they go with the lowest one. That doesn't always work because the lowest one might not be the best one. Okay? Now in a case where that happens, you have to say why. Just an explanation. You be reasonably to it. You could understand, okay? And just say why. Because that's what the auditors are going to require. And anytime government give you funding, they're going to come and audit the books. And you have to give an account as to how you spend the monies. Okay? Now, sometimes I feel as though would I recommended that the association set up a bank account. We write checks or however, or online payments or whatever. And you have a record of how it's done. And also, when the office is set up, you have a petty cash system. You draw some monies and have a petty cash for emergencies. Okay? Now, if you spend your monies in the line of duty, don't come to me. Okay? Because I'm not going to do anything unless the person who was authorized to do it say, yes, go ahead. Okay? Now, because my hands are tied, I act on the advice of the person in charge. So once a system is set up as such, okay, that's basically what it is. And now sometimes you have emergencies, you have reimbursement, you have emergency situations, but make sure you have a good relationship with the committee or the persons who are responsible for authorizing those purchases, so that every money that are spent should be accounted for and should be justified as to say why, how, what, when, who, where. All these things has to be. I see sometimes persons write a letter, big letter. The letter isn't saying nothing. You know what I mean? Anybody ever get a letter and read it and say, what is he trying or she trying to say? The purpose of you writing a letter is explaining the details. That's the purpose. I mean, the letter's a fancy letter, on letterhead and everything. But they talking loud, but they ain't saying nothing. Like a dull knife. It ain't cutting. You know what I mean? And sometimes they try to swing me. I know one time I worked civil aviation. I called the company name. Fella come to me and say, Mr. Johnson, I want you to process this. I never say no, I said, okay. But I sit down and I think. I say, okay. Let me check the file. When I check the file, it is already paid. So all I did, I didn't, no talk, All I did is write on it, already paid by voucher number, check number, so and so. Send it back to him. That was a done deal. I'll close with this one. Close with this one. Same guy come to me. What happened is this agency didn't have the money. They needed to send somebody off, right? They didn't have the funds, so they go into the mother agency and say, listen here, we don't have the money here, we'll be getting some money. We want you to advance us the money, and when we get our money, we will send it back to you. That happened prior to my arrival. You know, see, you have to sit down and think. You just can't act sometimes. So when I came there, he said, Mr. Johnson, such and such is the case. We get this money from them. They want their money back. The money here, send it back to them. I said, okay. So I sat down and I thought about it. Under normal circumstances, whenever a person travel on company funds, they have to give an account as to how the funds are spent. They have to give like a report. Send that in, okay? Now, I said these persons travel with 5 of them, almost like for $10,000. So I said, well, hold on, where's the report? So I went to the file. So I said, okay. I went to the boss and I said, okay, please give me the report for those men who traveled. He said, okay. So I said back. 2 weeks later, he gave me a call. Mr. Johnson, could you look at my office, please? I said, okay. I went in the office. 5 persons sitting around the table. Okay? I said, okay. They start counting the money. They never traveled. They never traveled. Now, if I didn't say anything, so I think I deposited some. What I did, I deposited about $900 and something. I didn't cover all the money, but they returned. They had to go scrap the money in that 2 weeks time, but they already spent probably, and give it back to me. So I counted the money, deposited it back in the treasury, and then I reimbursed the agency the money what they advanced us. You see, so you have to be on your guard. And see, these are the things what the auditors come for. They pick on every detail, and they're gonna and whether or not the government agencies, the auditor generals does it. Sometimes this company might want to hire an independent audit. So you have to make sure, prepare, be ready. Like the Bible says, be ye also ready. For such a time as you think not, he come in. The orders come in. You know? And they ain't letting you know, they ain't giving you no warning. They say, I want to see the books. Johnson, come up here. These are the orders. Get the books. And people already hinted to them the areas. So they're asking for the files what they want. I want you to get this file, that file, the next file. That's why you have to be transparent. You know? And it's important. It's very important for management to work together. You see what I mean? Management to work together so that everybody will be on the same page. So that and it'll be smooth sailing. Now, I understand some persons might spend some money. You know, before you get the money, you have to work that with whoever, whenever, however, to get your monies back. Because I feel as though if you spend your own personal funds, make sure you get permission. You see? Because in the government agencies, you should get permission before you spend your money, because you could not. It's a possibility that you might not get it back. Get that permission, and it'll be good if you get it in writing. And if you trust, if the person in charge is trustworthy, they say, yeah, spend your money. And also too, they have a situation whereby if you spend your money, they have something what they call I forget what they call it. No, they have a honor certificate. Okay, you fill out the honor certificate and you said, during my trip to so and so, I spent X amount of dollars, but I lost the receipt. Sometimes you lost the receipt. You could be reimbursed, but they have a limited amount. They say $50. Now, if it's more than that, you could write a letter, and if your face good, yeah, I work with you. You see, we will work with you. But if you're trying to swing me, you know, it doesn't work that way. No. It don't go that way. You see, like I tell people, I'm a street man. You know, you can't swing a swinger. Okay? And one of the things that I wanted to mention too, you have to know your worth. Know your worth. You see, don't let no one determine how much you're worth. You know your worth. You see? I tell them, if you refuse me, baby, you lose me. And when they move me, I say, you know when y'all gonna miss me? When the next person reach. You know, you have to know your worth, and you have to keep your standards high. You see? And so once I would advise him, and I told him I'd be there to work with him to put the systems in place whereby we could avoid situations, especially if you're getting funding from the government, because they're going to require a report, a reconciliation. Sorry for taking up so much of your time, but it's important. Money is everything. Nothing can happen without money. Okay? But thank you very much. And, you know, like I said, I'm a retired. You know, retirement is sweet, yep. But I'll be willing to help, because I feel as though if you have something to offer it, share it. Okay? And that's what I'm willing and prepared to do. Thank you very much.
So, thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. Very, at this time, my co-chair and I are going to report to you what we did, what we accomplished in South Africa. Ms. Allen, could you join me, please? I think. This not the one you use. Okay. I'll speak first. Oh, you. Yeah, ladies first. Ladies first. Say again. Somebody click the power. Okay.
Okay, let me come.
On the 21st of May, I think it was the 20th, or actually we traveled on the 22nd to the 29th of May. We traveled to South Africa, Cape Town, for the FIG Congress convention. You go back to the top. And no, first slide. On this trip, we had two facilitators, Mr. Thomas and Miss Yolande Moxie. Also myself and my co-chair, Mr. Don Camp. Now, at the Congress, we were privileged to go in many sessions. They had 10 sessions every day. Unfortunately, it was only at least four of us, so we had to run from session to session to try and gather information. So the conference was held at the Cape Town International Conference Center, and it was a accumulation of 130 sessions from Monday to Thursday. So imagine 4 persons trying to reach the 130 sessions. And it culminated on Friday, which they only had the ceremony and a luncheon. And some of the topics we were able to visit and get some information on, of course, and try and bring back some information and knowledge, was the future we want at SDGs and beyond, professional standard and practices, hydrography. This is something that I am totally interested in. Innovative applications, advocate and innovate youth sessions, collaborate, integrated sustainable development. And integrated sustainable development and the built environment, innovative applications of cost-effective positioning for disaster mitigation, emerging technologies and construction intelligence, practical examples of surveying, resilience, task force, and climate compass. I could come forward. Young voices, voice global empire, apostles of policy, intelligence, cadastral and valuation systems for transparency, marine surveying, and hydrography. Just some of the topics we were able to sit in. Now, out of all of these topics, the key main points that we took out for the Bahamas was the importance of boat-based GPS, sonar, and seabed mapping for the Bahamas fisheries and maritime boundaries. I'm a former Defense Force officer, and I personally know that hydrography is definitely needed in the Bahamas. I don't know if we have any certified hydrographer in the Bahamas, but it is definitely needed for our waters, our maritime, our fisheries, and the Defense Force who's always on the waters, protecting our territorial waters. Drone geodesy used for RPAS and cadastral surveys, post-hurricane damage assessment, and environmental monitoring. We don't have to borrow the U.S. drones. We can have our own drones and do all of our environmental monitoring even before the hurricane hits. And of course, understanding all of our coastal regions and how they are corroding. And we are just sitting here not knowing. Then we have the AI and digital land registries, how machine learning can automate title searches and control point management. Yes, you still have to go in the bush and cut some trees and get bite up, but there are some more efficient ways of doing it. Proper city planning. Proper city planning. Hale. The road is paved today. Tomorrow, Ministry of Works digs it up, and then it's paved again, and then Cable Bahamas comes back and dig it up again, and then they try to find the pipe where they laid it 5 years ago. If you use a surveyor, you can find out where all of these things are laid. And you would come to the surveyor in order for you to redig or for you to establish where you want to put different utilities. Assist in civil and major road construction surveying. Assist in civil and major road construction. You have a lot of track roads, and Bahamians love to make track roads. If you go anywhere and you see a track road, find out if that wasn't a Bahamian if you go to another country. We love to make track roads. There'll be a main road, but we can make a short way. Capture complex environments with millimeter accuracy, scans for designs, validation, and clash detection. Map underground assets, locating utilities, services, and management. Registered and cadastral surveys. I think one of the presenters mentioned knowledge. I think it was Mr. Floyd, and yeah. Having the knowledge and using it effectively is what we need to do. Having the knowledge and use it effectively. And these are some of the networking that we would have done throughout the conference. Over to your left and go back. That's a young surveyor from Kenya, very intelligent young lady. Another young surveyor here at the Young Surveyors Network. We were able to meet and talk with them. 23, 25, and 2 bachelor's degree. Go ahead. Yeah, none over 25. Over here, I couldn't be in this picture. Yeah. You could go ahead.
Come slide, do the slide for me. So, yeah. So everybody was astonished that we were so tall, me and Mr. Ferguson. Everybody had to look up to us like that. And so we met, as my co-chair was saying, we met and spoke, and I have a lot of numbers and emails from these young surveyors. And it's ironic that we went to this conference thinking that, in the Bahamas we have this problem. Well, there was over 125 countries represented at this conference, and the takeaway was every last one of us going through the same problems, yeah? We all have the same problem with land encroachment, this, that, the same thing, right? And so we are not alone. So let's not believe that we by ourselves doing this, we are not alone. I think I met a youngster from Nigeria. Do the slide, let me see. Yeah. So see, young fella, he only 24. So where are the young surveyors in the Bahamas? Where are our Bahamian young surveyors? So this is what our mandate is. As the co-chairs of this new network, the Bahamas Young Surveyors Network, our job now is to recruit. We are in the process now of recruiting young Bahamian, talented Bahamians who love gadgets. Drones, see, we get a couple. Drones who like to play games and stuff. Right, that's where the no, actually, that's where it's moving. That's the era it's moving into because all the young people born in the technology age. This is where it's going to be. AI and drones, hydrography. They have. Oh, y'all should have been there. They have the new equipment's coming out for surveying. It'll blow your mind. They have these little boats. You have hydrography. They have these little boats with all the machine on it. You just sync it with the computer and you send it on its way, just like how you do the drone, the aerial drone, eh? And then, they have the excavator too. They get the little mini excavator. Yeah, man. Like let's say you want to go in the bush. Like you don't want to go in the bush, right? I said, you don't want to go in the bush. Okay, they got the little excavator. They got the machine. They could put that on there and, send that in the bush. Yeah. So, so this was one of the presidents, this lady right here. She was the president of what? You remember we spoke, we had a meeting
She's actually the director.
that
She's the director
of Lance, eh?
no,
Of FIG, yeah.
She's the director of the entire
Yeah.
organization. That's her name is Miss Frizz Hansen.
Yeah.
Mrs. Frizz Hansen.
Yeah. So
She's the director of FIG.
so we sat down and spoke in length with all the big wigs of FIG. And so Mr. Ferguson always said this is a momentous occasion for me and my co-chair. And so we took a lot of pictures and we went. We didn't have much downtime because there was only 4 of us. And like she said, I have my booklet in there. I'll when we break out, I'll show you all that. It was 10 sessions, the average of 10 sessions going on at once every day. So we can't take 4 people no more because, I little fit, but we work hard. Everybody was thinking like, Don Cam going on vacation to Cape Town and this and that. But I was in no lunch. I was in lunchtime and I was playing. I was a lot of work. And then we still have work to do because we have to entice young people who are challenged with math and who are intimidated by math, right? To be excited about surveying. That's what we have to do. And that's what our job is right now, to recruit. Okay? And so this is Miss Deloise Allen, and I'm Don Camp. For those who didn't meet us before or listen to us before. Carry on. Now, Miss Allen and I are students of BTVI. I'm the youngest. That was the big joke in South Africa, too. I'm always the youngest student. And this is a picture you see this is a picture from when we did leveling instruments at BTVI. So So we established formally a Young Surveyors Network chapter. And, and so I already tell you all what our job is. Our job is to recruit. But she's being modest right here. I need at least 50. I need about 50 young people because I know for a fact Mr. Ferguson already did a camp with Aquinas, and he already did one with a Capron. So, and the Capron just had their commencement ceremony yesterday. So those 12 graders who we already had camps with, we already have some interested ones there. So we know that we could get more than 20. We could get more than 35. We need about 50, so we could get each one of you surveyors at least two apprentices, right? You need about 2 or 3 apprentices, right? Because you need one to chop the bush, and then you need two, one to hold this pole, one to hold the next pole, right? Yeah, that's what and we're trying to get this associate degree program written for BTVI, geometrics and geospatial science. We're trying to get that. We have to write the paper for it. You see, but what we want to do is do a step by step, because everybody everybody don't have the same mathematical learning ability right away. So you have to go step by step, bring them along, right? That's what we have to do. So we're gonna ensure. So for next time, because that last trip, we had plenty hiccups. So for our next trip, we want to ensure that our partners receive conference dates and details well in advance. We want to secure the sponsorship pledges and speakers' commitment prior to leaving, and then we want to conduct a destination intelligence to avoid fraud and scams. I get hit for almost $3,000 over there. Soon as I reach, ain't no one. I push my card in the machine. I looking at $12, but then wife called me 15 minutes later. What you buy for $2,800? So, see, he didn't know the territory. I spent my 3 hours in the police station. I had to go make a complaint. Yeah. So, and then we have to maintain direct communication with the event organizers. And we have to fund at least 10 students. At least 10 students, okay? Because every student could go into a session and bring back information and touch base with speakers and get their contacts and so forth and so on. So that ends our PowerPoint presentation. Thank you very much. I was going to leave you all with this quote, right? By Horace Mann. It states that, be ashamed, right? Be ashamed to die unless you have done something good for humanity. And I close.
All right, y'all. Oh, sorry. Forgive me. Sorry. Hold on. Please, with the questions, could you come right to the mic first, please?
And then we
Speakers, what happened? Persons online need to hear.
oh, okay.
Sorry, go on.
Close. 18 to 35, but they also included any young, not young to the profession as well. So I don't know, it may have been addressed while I was outside, but is it also inclusive for, let's say, a person over 35 but new to the profession? Will it be open to those as well?
Good question. We are not discriminating. We wouldn't discriminate because let me tell you all the secret. I told you all I'm the youngest student, right? I am 61. So go figure. All right? Now surveyors live long. Surveyors live long. Let me tell you why. It's make plenty money. So surveyors could buy all the best foods. You don't have to eat bad as a surveyor. Right? The amount of money you making, you don't have to eat all kind of dirties. You don't have to eat dirties. You don't have to eat dirties. You get the best vegetables, fruits, huh? Yeah. so no, to answer that question, we're gonna have a one-day workshop on the 25th of July. And you know where we starting from? We starting from age 11 to 45. We don't get we're not discriminating because the bears live until they reach 89. The one who just died, how old he was? Mr. Grant. 84? Okay. So if you come and you 45 or 50, it don't matter. You just, huh? You, yeah. Yeah, just come. You can learn some days.
Excuse me. No, the reason she asked that question because I can talk loud. The reason she asked that question because when you were there, about 15 years ago, she attended the same conference.
Oh, Fig.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Just state your name for the record, so persons online can know who you are. You can pass the mic.
No, my name is Janique Kemp. More? Oh, I'm a licensed surveyor as well. Yeah. But and as he said, and just to give some information to add, the conference I went to was actually because FIG has grants and fellowships. They want to attract people, and so I had an opportunity where I had applied to go to the conference, to the big one. They said that the Bahamas was even though it wasn't a first world country, our GDP as a third world was too high. And so they came back and they gave me an opportunity to go to the regional conference in Montevideo, Uruguay. And so there, like you said, I was able to network with a lot of the young surveyors, get a lot of the information. And so just an encouragement, if you know other young surveyors as well, there are opportunities. They want to bring people in there. So there are opportunities and money and funding to assist in getting you there. So, yeah.
They also would like she said, for other young surveyors to come and other surveyors to come because they need presenters. Every session they need a presenter, and they want to hear from different surveyors in different countries.
Okay, sir, you have a question? Come right to the mic for us, please. Sorry, take the mic to answer the question.
I just want to find out, my name is Leonardo A. Allen Jr. Do you have to be in the construction field to be a surveyor? Or like with the conferences that comes up, do you have to be in the construction field, but if you have an interest to be a part of it, you have to be in the construction field or?
I think that's an excellent question. I can let the co-chairs answer that.
I'll answer that. You don't have to get me right. Everyone online can get me. Listen. Once you are enthused about surveying and you have that interest, that actually is what BTVI is looking for. Because the paper they want us to write, they want us to outline they want us to give them the interest level. They want to know the interest level. So to see if it benefit them to assist us constantly and to be our partner. So as many that's interested, I iterated before, the profession is viable. It's a high paying profession. And it's there are three things. You all was wondering why the appraisers spoke here today. We didn't have a lawyer here, but there are three. Okay. Well, okay, good. So here's the deal. I can tell you all. I'm gonna tell you all about in the Bahamas what I realized. In real estate, there's three people you can't duck. There are three people you can't duck. If you're giving away a piece of property, you need a surveyor. If you're buying a piece of property, you need a surveyor. If you're selling a piece of property, you need a surveyor. If you're giving away a piece of property, you need an appraiser. And the same thing down the line for a lawyer. So it's three of them, the surveyor, the appraiser, and the lawyer. You cannot duck them. You have to have those signatures there. Otherwise, your paperwork is not complete and it's not legal. You all see that, right? So these are the professions, and I dare say, respectfully, that the surveying industry, the surveying trade or trades are dying out. All right, they're dying out. They are either in their late 70s, most of them, or they're mid to late 80s. That means and that's why I tell you what, they just live long. They live long. So this is a good profession for young people to get in.
All right, so could y'all give another round of applause for the co-chairs, please? All right, so thank you all very much. I'm going to be very brief. I think they didn't basically cover everything. I'm just going to speak a little bit about FIG because FIG was really good. We had a lot of networking. My name is Thomas Ferguson. I'm the secretary for the Bahamas Association of Land Surveyors, and I was fortunate to be with this team of ambassadors, Bahamas ambassadors that went to FIG. And one thing that I heard from FIG, and what was very good, was that the Bahamas, y'all are a really tiny nation, but y'all have a big impact. Because they were shocked because of the way how the team actually operated at FIG. And I must give big kudos to these co-chairs, to Miss Moxie. She's actually the one responsible for the catering for us. But listen, they did an amazing job. And we got a special mention at the FIG Assembly for the Bahamas. All right, so I just wanted to mention that. And I keep saying I want to big them up. In some other meetings we had, I had to say, listen, they ain't telling y'all, but they did an excellent job over there. And so that's why you see they have all the recommendations that they do have. Now, something I would like to make sure that we ensure, and we're going to deal with this in the surveyors only meeting, is that there are a lot of what they call commissions and their committees. And we're looking for persons to serve on these commissions and these committees. There are 10 commissions, all right? So we're going to be looking for y'all to volunteer and to be a part of it. They also mentioned about the papers, presenting papers, doing presentations, and being a part of the work. The Bahamas has already started. The momentum is there, and they're looking for us now because they were so impressed by our representation at the Congress in Cape Town, South Africa. And sorry, this is Ms. Moxie, so y'all can give her a round of applause as well. Okay, sorry. Okay, so this is the other thing I want to say. The persons we met over there are very interested in coming to the geospatial week that we're going to be having in October. So I'm saying it so y'all can take a note of it because they're interested in it and they're interested in partnering with us. Also, the universities, the different professors that we talked about, the different persons, the different countries, they are willing to work with us. All right, so I'm just letting you know now that we're gonna be ready for that as well. So please, I want y'all to consider it. Think about the commissions that y'all would like to volunteer for and work with. And we also have those committees here within the association as well. Sorry, if you could come to the mic, please. This is for persons online.
Mr. Ferguson, how many active licensed surveyors do we have to head of these commissions? Because, as we said, if we have 30 people, that's we can't be end up burning out people. So you may
Yes.
want to
Yeah, that would be
get on.
something in the meeting. But I
Okay.
mean, I just mentioned it because, you know,
Okay.
persons can assist us as well. But that'll be in the meeting, the surveyors only meeting. All right, which we'll get into very, very shortly.
Yeah.
But that's an excellent question. All right. Anything else? Any other questions? Okay, sorry. So thank you very much. I'll turn it over to President Wood.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Just to add, can everybody hear me? Just to add to what our youth ambassador son, Mr. Kemp and Ms. Allen was saying, right, in terms of attracting young people. In a very short time, more than likely before the next or the upcoming week is out, we intend to publish something in the papers or in the media, and this will be a guide and a recommendation for persons coming into the profession and who are asking the question, how do we get academically qualified to enter the profession of surveying? So I want to stress again, it's going to be a recommendation and a guide, and it's something that we are newly addressing. So it's not something strict that we tell you this is the way that you must go or this is what you absolutely must do. But what we're going to be doing along the lines of recruiting young people, getting people interested, we're going to be suggesting the approach as to how you get prepared to study surveying, which institutions that you are suggested to go to, and what we are concerned about doing is, you know, there are some perceptions related to surveying, for example, that Bahamians don't want to do surveying, or Bahamians can't do surveying, or that there are not enough qualified surveyors being produced. At this time, we want to combat some of these perceptions, and we're going to put information out there. We're going to encourage persons. For example, we're going to be targeting students beginning from grades 7 to 12, right? We're going to be trying to get their interest, trying to get them attracted to the surveying profession, trying to get them exposed to equipment, and even meeting surveyors, and getting them in classrooms, well, at the college level, but encouraging them to do their best, particularly in the science subjects. As we had attempted to recruit recently persons to come into the profession, we found out that there are some major underlying problems. For example, we found out that there's a major shortage of persons who are doing, first of all, who are achieving the 5 GCE O-level requirement to even get into a surveying school. We're finding that this is a major problem. And along the lines of what Dr. Hamilton discussed, with all, let's say, for example, all the uniform branches throughout the country, they are all having challenges with recruiting people, and especially young men, to join their organizations and who have the right qualifications. So while we thought we were having a challenge to find people to come into surveying, we found out that there are some challenges with their education background with meeting this 5 GCE O-level requirement. So we have to make some effort to address that. And in our research and talking with educators, what we found is that these perceptions, we actually, within a short time, we can put these perceptions to rest. Because the one good thing that has happened in this country is now that we have the University of the Bahamas right here, where you don't have to take a plane, right? And BTBI, where they are in close access. We have persons, well, since the institution is now called the University of the Bahamas, right? You have persons, they're professors, but they're doctor's degrees in almost every subject that the institution offers. So if the surveying profession is now based on English or language and mathematics and physics and geography, possibly economics, and with mainly those subjects, those, let's call them the core courses. The young person coming out of high school, even if you haven't met right out of high school, this 5 GCE O-level requirement with an A or B, you have this great opportunity at this point. You enroll into the University of the Bahamas, and if you have to spend a year or even 2 years, you can build your foundation to such a strong point that when you leave the University of the Bahamas, along with having met a surveyor or having spent maybe 3 months just working along with a surveyor, if you spend that time at the University of the Bahamas, you are basically guaranteed to succeed in any institution anywhere around the world. So this is the pitch that we want to push, and we want to put this perception to bed forever, that Bahamians cannot do surveying, that Bahamians are not equipped to pass the academics for getting into surveying. Most of the people in this room and people online will know that our government is still hiring foreign surveyors, that we're still hiring foreign surveyors in, say, other departments like GIS and whatnot. We're not anti-foreign, or we're not against the foreign surveyor or the individuals themselves, GIS. The point we're making is these are opportunities, these are jobs that young Bahamians absolutely can do. All we have to do is get their attention and push them in the right direction. And so University of the Bahamas is always going to be our first recommendation. But along with that, we've identified some other schools. And firstly, we're going to be identifying Commonwealth schools. That is not to say that we are excluding other schools or other universities and other territories. There's a reason why we're firstly selecting Commonwealth schools. But we're going to be, for example, encouraging persons to go to University of Technology in Jamaica. It is an excellent college. It's recognized around the world. You can start, in most cases, directly out of high school, but with some extra help, we would recommend before you go there. We're going to be recommending, say, University of the West Indies, and say, University of New Brunswick and University of East London, along with the fact that we're looking at universities or institutions where either Bahamians or people from the Caribbean have already gone and come back and are contributing. So your connection with certain places is already set. So along with starting at the University of the Bahamas, we are basically going to guarantee that once you come out of high school, you go to UB, you get your foundation in place. Within the next 5 years, listen to me carefully, within the next 5 years, there's no reason why we can't produce at least 5 and as much as 10 persons coming out of the University of Technology in Jamaica with at least their associate degree in surveying. 5 years, right? And once we're producing the first set who are coming out with their associate degrees, then they are well set. So at that same institution, just enroll in the bachelor program, or you can switch again to any institution anywhere around the world, and after this 5-year period is up, let me tell you, there's going to be no excuse anymore to continue with this perception that we are not filling the requirement for educated Bahamians in the profession. Okay? The next thing, one second. The next thing what we don't mind is the door is always open to people who can come in and who can assist with training. I would suggest that we never close our door, we never fight against that. But even so, it is going to be very important that the Bahamas, starting today, makes up its mind to produce a set of educators in surveying and geomatics and geospatial sciences. And the only way you're going to do that, even if between the government and private organizations, if you have to fully fund this initiative for another 10 years, you have to produce people starting with master's degrees. You cannot teach at the University of the Bahamas unless you have at least a master's degree. In fact, the requirement is your doctor's degree. So you see, we have something that we have to accomplish in a short space of time. We have to produce a fair amount of people to enter the profession with academic qualifications. We have to produce a set of associate professors, those are people with master's degrees, and eventually we have to produce a set of professors with their doctorate degrees. But the point I want to make is, just by having the University of Bahamas here, half of the work is basically done. And like Dr. Hamilton said, there's no time to blame anybody. There's no time to point any fingers. Everybody must become involved, from the parents, the students, the uncles, the brothers, everybody, in encouraging some young person to, first of all, enroll in the University of Bahamas and start your studies in maths, physics, geography, and English, and build your foundation that's going to prepare you to go and study surveying, as well as reduce your chances of you failing or not succeeding. That's very important. The other thing that's going to be important is that people who are practicing surveying help by getting exposure for the young persons. So you see a surveying instrument, you touch it, you know what that thing is supposed to do. Not when you reach at the college or university, you're seeing a total station or GPS for the very first time, and you're even afraid to touch it. So we have our part to play, and it's time to end this perception and get as many students in class. The last thing I want to say is we're targeting certain institutions because the government is already either sponsoring or partially funding certain institutions. University of Bahamas, for sure, is very cost-effective for a student to go and attend. University of the West Indies is going to be perhaps your least expensive university all around the world that you can go to. I strongly suspect that the University of Technology, Jamaica, is being funded by the Bahamas government. You see? And to add to the point of their accreditation, if the government is already bringing in people to work who have passed through those institutions, it makes a lot of sense to put 5 to 10 Bahamians in those same institutions every year. And that's how we put it in.
We're heading toward land registration.
Yes, sir.
I sat on a panel the other day where they were discussing the Adjudication Act and the Land Registration Act. And with the Adjudication Act, that's first before the land registration, where they go adjudicate all these land disputes and parceling all of the family islands. And on each adjudication team, they're going to need an experienced surveyor who's qualified enough to decide on boundaries, disputes, and any cadastral boundaries, any cadastral problems you have in the field. I don't think we have sufficient qualified land surveyors who's qualified in that field, especially boundaries, who go there and make decisions so the courts can accept. And so at the end of the day, there's going to be an influx of foreign year or so, it's going to get started because the act has already been passed.
That's right.
And we're heading that way, so we just can be prepared. There are going to be a lot of foreign surveys coming in to operate on these at this level with these different
Right.
stuff going on.
Sorry to interrupt you, please, because we have to break for lunch now.
Yeah.
Could we cover that in our meeting? So
Sure.
you can let everybody else go, and we'll just let the surveyors stay now, please.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope y'all ain't too hungry, surveyors. All right, we can let them go. Y'all wanna go get it? Come right back, please. Y'all wanna go right next door and get it, please? So I'm sorry, please forgive me. So we can
No, go ahead, man.
May as well. Well, let's take a full break.
Yeah.
And then come.
If you don't get that, what happened?
You don't know exo? Did the real thing.
But I get in office
As of Monday.
Yeah.
Huh?
I was out of office.
Yeah, I know. I mean, no, that they have no air conditioner in the front, so they leaving early.
A lot of people don't know about
Thank you. Oh, thank you, man.
a lot of people don't know about all this stuff that they don't know.
You know, the thing about it, please don't kind of lazy and
Right.
that's a short way of dealing with it. We need public schools and understand because they can make that decision. Some of the common things we have, and that's why we're doing what we have is a traditional corruption. And even the basic exception. Yeah, I know you're gonna
Still trying.
the gatekeeper.
Yeah. Fixing.
That's them, I know.
Put your son like very smart, raised why you right? Very clever young man, right? Service of suffering in America. Your schools want to work for the government. Same thing all over the world.
You know, you say that. My son in Canada. I took him to Canada. I need to I need to stay back. Right. He said, "Daddy, I'll consult. I'll come back home and consult." But I because I introduced him. So he's been around and understands. We're responsible for this.
Right.
Which means that we have to intentionally attack it. Right? But unfortunately, we haven't been unified in that way to deal with the situation. It's still over to other industries. So all the sectors impacted with it. But some of us simply have to embrace it. That was my appeal. That we have to address it. But we need family members to also be involved in this and understand what's happening. Because many times stop and say, well, that's that over there.
Yeah, no,
But
if you don't defend the person who's being attacked, the next person will come and face you.
and it's easy for them to do it because they've already done it. Because let's stabilize and confidence and do it. They won't go over it. But we have to figure out a way to get started with it. they show these things. That's a key thing. Now, a lot of people don't know it because they don't know the inside and the representation making the outside. Don't reflect that. What do you think?
The organization needs to really elevate.
The difference there is dollars.
Yeah.
All right. That's the money is behind them.
Yeah.
That's what's there.
Right.
A lot of things we do out of pocket.
Yeah.
And literally do it out of pocket. There's a surge that's coming. Just as you were saying this right now, right? Because and they recognize that it's happening, so they would climb up more with their dollars. But we eventually you're gonna see a difference. It's important. You're gonna see it. But again, what you're saying right now is that we need to commit. We need to get in, we need to be more engaging. All of us.
Right.
Don't wait to say but it's people like they over there doing that. But they is no. What are you doing?
When you get to know me, you know the funniest kid you were.
And we have no reason to be
And then when they talk, so mine is a joke.
I like that. How you use that?
That's what it's all about.
Yeah, but
As a matter of fact, I'm gonna share something a little bit later. I meant to share it, but I slipped it. 5 days. Dominion, documentation, demonstration, destination, and destiny. That's what we're dealing with right now. But a lot of us, the light hasn't come on yet. But when the light got on, it's a different ballgame altogether.
I can leave my information. You could send me some stuff. Like
No problem.
WhatsApp
No
and all
problem.
that sort
No
of
problem.
stuff. Right.
As a matter of fact, you and I need to have a talk anyhow.
All right.
You did some work for me in Exola.
Well, all right. See, I ain't getting started. You, I can tell you to tell my lawyer friend. I said, well, you want to pull the trigger? Yeah. Oh, there ain't no science, just given time for moment in time. That's what the people, you and I, you can't work with that. Yeah, market value change in a moment or two, in a line.
Why we need to hire you?
How many members in the appraisal association?
Well, we got almost, the real estate association, we got like almost half, 70. And only a fraction of that is.
Hello? You got it?
Yeah, man. Always good to see you. There's plenty of ways to, because we think my days in treasury, I know. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Some fellas,
Yeah, boy. But yeah, it's a shameful thing right now when it goes to government
listen, let me tell you this.
we got a problem.
This, what the government permit to happen by bringing young people in to work on contract, we are creating perpetual poverty in this society. Because the most productive years to earn and to commit doing a contract, you can't get a mortgage to buy a
Yeah.
You can't get money. We tell you get 30 and 40, but you done get mixed up in buying car and all these other things and do that. You ain't gonna own no land, no house.
We got a governor bring a local house down, 3-bedroom, 2-bath house,
You can't start this is develop, right, no.
qualified class.
But they ain't be able to buy it till they get 5 years, 10 years contract. They can't qualify.
Under the housing, well, they can qualify. You make like 20,000 a year, you qualify.
everybody online. Good day, everybody online. Just touching base with you. I just want to make sure everybody online is a surveyor. If you're not a surveyor, if you could just exit for us just for a short while. Maybe, let's see, what time is it now? Maybe you could give us about a half an hour, and then you could come back online and join us again, please. But all of you who are surveyors, could you please just do the raise your hand where you show the hand, and those who are not, if you could just exit just for a few minutes, please, and then just come back on, give us 30 minutes, and then come back on and join us again because we'll have everybody back online.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Ferguson.
You go first. Give him a drink. I leave him a drink across there. Just trying to rush to get this meeting going, you know? Yeah.
Walking back in front of you. Why you look at Auckland's like that? Auckland's the most beautiful place in this whole country. You know, Auckland's get more. Auckland's get some of the richest people in the Bahamas. But guess what? I won. They wouldn't go back there. And they know it when that's an Auckland. They want space. No, man, when you head down so by Selena, and you get on some of them little hills and you see them beaches. Up there, high too. That's not like Richmond. Yeah. I was up there.
Auckland's up to much shots.
Hey, that water down there, that water down there nice, buddy.
Yeah, but
listen, you know, you get plenty conch and thing, and they big. You gonna pick them right up with the water?
Yeah. They be packing out of the water. People be walking up and down looking for hamburgers all day.
Looking for square groupers.
But you know they got that too, so. Yeah, you don't get.
Why you going down there? Square groupers? Just wash right up.
Wow.
What's up? Mm-hmm.
We see one in Boston here. I know that was coming up.
I said only licensed surveyors?
Members of the association.
Association, yeah.
Not all association members.
But listen, even if you perspective, same thing, you know? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, then now, he might say something there about him, and he knows thing or so. I want you to have it. I have to say something.
You ain't gonna get my good to say much.
So, you all.
I spoke to this morning, just came back from Ireland and said, I talk to him all the time. He just gave me a couple of weeks.
All you need now is a longest.
Yeah, man. But it's only us. It's only surveyors. I know. Remember, we have people online here, so it's online. Something like that.
That's the surveyor's live channel.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to
What's up, man? Huh? Yeah, but that's okay. You can cut across. Ain't no problem.
What's the question?
Sure, absolutely. Okay, so everybody online, we have some surveyors online. We just want everybody to introduce themselves who were present in the meeting so that we have a roll call of who all's in the meeting. So it's now 1:22, and we want to start the meeting. We'll start with our online persons.
Okay, Reggie Patterson here.
Right,
Can you hear me okay, Thomas?
Okay, hold on for me, please. Hold on for me. Let me see if I can get the sound corrected. Try it again, please.
This is Reggie Patterson. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm the Vice President of BALS. I'm in Marsh Harbor, Abaco. I joined about 11, and I couldn't hear at first. There was some problem with the sound, but it's been fixed. And I have to leave in a while because I have to go to a memorial event, but I'll be here for about another hour.
Okay, anybody else on Zoom?
Hello, good afternoon, Anton Carey.
Good afternoon, Anton. Okay, anybody else on the Zoom? Okay, I think that's it. Okay, so if everybody inside the room could introduce yourselves, please. If you could just talk to the mic and say who you are. If everybody could introduce themselves. Just go close to one mic and just introduce yourself, please.
Going on there. My name is Benjamin Ferguson. I am council member, Bahamas Land Association of Land Surveyors.
Renio Ferguson, surveyor.
Donald Thompson. I'm Chester Wilson.
Marvin Nesbitt.
Winston Sweeting.
Janique Camp.
William Holland, sitting in.
Dr. Anthony Hamilton. Kendall Johnson.
Okay, so we now have a full roll call. And so with that, I guess now you can call the meeting to order. President Wood.
Okay. So we want to restart, and we want to move back to the question that Mr. Donald Thompson was comments.
Question, just a comment of just letting you know that the act is heading this way. The administration act is coming, and and it's going to require a lot of surveys.
Yes.
And we don't have sufficient surveys.
Yes.
I don't know how they're going to deal with the Registration Act. It's going to deal with New Providence or Lone First and both the Family Islands, but I know they're eventually going to head all of them.
Okay. So, as I was saying, I definitely don't want to give the impression that we in the Bahamas Association of Land Surveyors are against foreign surveyors. So we understand that we will probably always still have people coming in. We're hoping that in the long run, or after some time, that they will only be coming in an educational role or a training capacity. But definitely what we want to do, beginning immediately, is get the information out. Because every time we appear someplace and we start to speak, especially from a lot of parents of young students and people who are still in school, they would ask us, well, what do you do to get into surveying? How do you qualify? Or what are the requirements for getting in and into the profession, and what are the requirements for getting in a college or a university? So we've been getting those questions a lot. And so our objective then is to publish information for the general public, so that we can inform as many people as we can as to how to really get started into the profession, but more importantly, how to build a strong foundation so that when they leave this country to travel to a university, that their chances of success are so strong that they are basically guaranteed to come back successful every time. We're going to target, first of all, the associate degree programs, right? And we're doing that strategically for a reason. That's the shortest program. We're going to target that program. We know that UTech offers that program. So we're going to be trying to get a good number of people in there every year. And then, of course, encouraging them to continue climbing this academic ladder. All right?
Another thing that the association and the board has to be reminded of that when we have a lot of foreign surveyors here now on contract. In the past, contract surveyors had a provisional license, what they call like P. They always put a P in the front of the license, and when that contract expires, the license goes away. But now we see that these foreign surveyors are just given a regular license, and all of a sudden the Department of Lands and Surveys and the existing board and probably the previous last two boards decided that P stands for private. P doesn't stand for private, it stands for provisional. And when that contract expires, that provisional license goes away. Until that contract officer, if he's a foreigner, comes, gets his residency or citizenship, then that license becomes permanent. Otherwise, that license goes away, and it hasn't been doing so.
Okay. So we'll definitely make a note of that, Mr. Thompson. The other comment I want to make, for the sake of awareness, we met with, in a previous press conference, one of the reporters was asking us if we had met with different government agencies. And we actually have been writing and meeting with as many government agencies as we can, and introducing ourselves and letting them know that the Bahamas Association of Land Surveyors is back in operation. two important ones that I really want to mention is we met with the Commissioner of Police, and we had a wonderful meeting with her. And we also met with the Governor General. The same thing, excellent meeting. But two key things about these meetings is, both of those positions are held by females. And the first or second question out of their mouth is, how many females do you have? And what are you going to do to bring the balance between females and males in the profession, not even the association? They're asking about bringing the balance. And even at speaking with Commissioner Shanton Knowles, I can tell you it was really a good meeting because, if I could say so, the first part we dealt with just strictly business, and I like the way she defended her staff. The first thing she tells you is, if you're going to make any complaint about my staff, I'm going to defend them. That's something that we should take into consideration as surveyors. But in the second part of the meeting, she told us a lot of social things that she would like to see happening. And these were things different and apart from her position as commissioner. She talked about a lot of social things that she would like to see. But she stressed that, and it was like advice to us, we have to bring in more females. We have to open the doors to females at every level in this profession. One thing I want to say personally, and along the lines of the point that I was making about the education, is that we have to prepare the next generation of surveyors for every level in surveying, right? So that's Surveyor General, Director of Land and Surveys, consultants, and lecturers at our university. So we have to produce not just entry-level people, but people to go at every level. And for example, we can look at the amount of work permits that are being issued, and we could simply aim to fill each position that's been given a work permit with a young qualified Bahamian within the next 8 years. And the way to do that is just, I say, fill the seats, especially at the institutions that we are already paying for or contributing to, right? Not to make it sound negative in any way. We're contributing to certain institutions. Let's get our young people in there. If we have 5 seats, if we have 10 seats, whatever, at this point in time, we should be trying to get those seats filled with young Bahamians and, of course, getting them back home. Okay? Hold on. I think, hold on, Dr. Hamilton had a comment.
Please speak into the mic for us.
What I wanted to make mention of earlier was the fact of potentially creating a foundation with intentional effort to funding the program of getting students or persons interested, whether it be high school students or persons who are already in other careers, making it attractive for them to pursue this career with the view of filling the practical opportunities as well as the educational upper ranks of the educational system, and even the management aspect, as you referenced earlier. But having a targeted approach by way of creating a foundation with this specific interest in it. That's in tandem with treaties and conventions to make the representation consistently from the association for the policymakers to be aware, and you make it attractive even for incentivization on their part to ensure that this happens from a national development perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Hamlin. And I just before he goes, I want to speak to that. We've already started in that vein, and we've actually requested funding from the government as well. And the person who was charged with that aspect, he's on the call as well. That was Mr. Reggie Patterson, and he was following up on the funding for us. Additionally, Mr. Andrew Fox has also submitted for funding for BALLS as well, because BALLS is an actual statutory body, the only professional body for surveying in the Bahamas. It was created by statute. And so We want to make sure that they understand that this is not just a club. This is a national body responsible for surveying and research and all other aspects. I'm sorry, I just want to say something, Mr. Bain, because I'm finished now. If you come to the table, please, so we can have you on the mic. Yeah. Come right here. I can give him this mic right.
No, he come in there.
No.
You want to come closer to him. You want to see your face more, man. You're too far in the back.
Not today. Good afternoon. My name is Ted Bain, surveyor, and what I want to say is the government is getting ready to launch their summer program, which is a huge undertaking. And this would be a good opportunity for the association to liaise with the government and try to get some of their young persons involved in that summer program for just to open the door to get them in. That would be a good undertaking. That would be the first step.
Please forgive me, I just need to introduce him because we want to have him also assist us on our commissions. This is Dr. Alvin Hepburn. He is a university lecturer with he's a lecturer with the University of the Bahamas. All right, he's in the civil engineering aspect, so this is someone who has really been pivotal for what we've been doing, and so he's interested in assisting us with some of the commissions like the education. Bring it closer. Bring it closer. Just bring it closer.
Okay. For the introductory course that was being run at University of Bahamas along with Mr. Ferguson, just so everybody be aware, Thomas is currently using his own personal equipment to help with the students and for them to get hands-on experience. At some point, we have to figure out how to correct that and get several sets of equipment there. So if we have 8 students or whatever number, we're gonna need enough sets of equipment for every exercise. So when we're gonna do leveling, when you're gonna do total station, when you're gonna do GPS, and every other technique in surveying, we're simply going to need more equipment there for the students to be exposed to make the course run better than it's currently running. So I just thought I should put that out there. So anybody who has already upgraded to Trimble R12 and R18 and whatever else, if you want to donate the other models to the University of the Bahamas.
I'm looking around.
Right? You know what to do, right? And for the guys who gone from conventional total stations to robotic total stations, you know, you don't enjoy that old one anymore. So send that one to the University of the Bahamas,
Because
right?
it's only gathering dust.
Okay. Who else had a question or comment? Any other?
Sorry, just before you go, I just want to mention that we also have a pledge for someone who's going to be supplying some equipment. So we need to make sure us as surveyors can pledge some high-tech equipment as well. All right, so we just got to convert the pledge now to an actual donation.
Right, so just a reminder, as we introduce these young people and new people to surveying, it's going to be very important that they get hands-on experience and exposure to surveying and the equipment. Okay, we want everybody who is going to leave from here going to another institution to have seen and touched and used a total station, a GPS, and every other piece of surveying equipment before they ever leave this country to go to another institution. Just reading it in the textbook is one thing. Touching it and feeling it is a much better experience. Okay? Mr. Ferguson, radio?
Sorry, just before you go, you want to check online, because I know somebody online have to leave, and these gentlemen have to leave as well. So if we could just go through the points of the agenda.
Dr. Hepburn, can you briefly introduce yourself and comments you want to make?
Test, 1, 2.
This is a closed surveyors meeting at this point, but you can speak to, that should be on. Yes.
Test, 1, 2. Well, good afternoon to all. It is a privilege of mine to be here amongst civil engineers, even though you all of the, among civil people. Even though you all have gone into the surveying aspect of it, I just want to let you guys know that you have the surveying department needs to increase. I think we need to move from more than one class, an introductory class, to trying to do something. It will be nice, President, if we could sit down and hash out a certificate course or something that can be done, that we can make a proposal to the university, which will then mean more employment for surveyors to come in and teach. You all have a friend in the civil department now, which is me, and I am willing to help as much as I can to push surveying forward in the Bahamas.
Thank you, thank you. Let's give Dr. Hepburn. So this definitely is a step in the right direction, along with the civil engineering department.
Yeah.
If you were to look at the curriculum for a lot of the universities, especially the ones in, say, Canada and the United States, you will see that some institutions have a closer relationship with civil engineering than others. Okay? So again, by a student enrolling in the University of the Bahamas and doing their core courses, as we spoke about earlier, the maths, the physics, those courses, they can also do the required courses in civil that are transferable to any other institution. And that would go still towards their qualifications in surveying. So the two are very closely related. And to add to my point, we already have civil engineering at the University of the Bahamas, right? So that's just a good place for our people to be starting. Okay?
And I can add to that too, Mr. President, that I was mandated to put together a new bachelor's degree program in civil engineering. I have already completed that document, So it'll be good if you and I can sit down and talk about it, look at it, so we can even add some more courses for the surveyors that they may be able to take. So
Definitely.
before I present it to the academic board.
Yes, definitely. Thank you.
What? Oh, I got my mic on. Before you proceed, the University of East London, they have two programs, which is surveying and mapping, but they also have civil engineering surveying, which they use obviously because the UK has quite a bit of civil works where you don't perhaps need as much geodesy and land management. That may be something that we can have a program that's civil survey based, which makes us more marketable in some aspects. But University of East London has a good program.
Very good. But again, it's remember now the first 2 years or 2.5 years of the person's education is what we want to target, and for the time being, until we can solve all these bigger issues.
Yeah.
That first 2 years to 2.5 years is the foundation of everything else to come, and the perfect place to do this right now is at the University of the Bahamas, where they can do all the core courses, civil, and transfer, and we
And
know-
government paying their tuition.
No?
Fully paid.
Right?
Can't beat that.
So I don't think you were here, but about half an hour ago, I announced that within this week we intend to put out an advisory in the public domain through the newspapers and whatever else to make the public aware that there are places to go and seek the training, academic training in surveying, but our first recommendation will be to start at University of the Bahamas.
I take my hat off to you.
Okay.
So,
We have next.
so if we could start with the other points on the agenda. The first thing, which is the main thing, is the committees. Remember, we need people to, we need surveyors to offer themselves for the committees. So can we get persons to either do it today or to think about it and get it to us by, I don't know, let's say by email? Yes. Could everybody get it to us by email? Would that be a better place instead of just making it today?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So the committees are the TRC, well, no, the Marketing Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, the Membership and Standards Committee, the Government Relations and Policy Committee. All right, so those are the main committees for boards. But now we have 10 commissions for FIG, and we also want to be a part of those 10 commissions. So I would have emailed that to everybody. I would send it again so that y'all could have it for easy reference, so that y'all could look at each of those commissions. All right? I know you would have seen the commissions as well, Dr. Hamilton. Sorry, not Dr. Hamilton, Dr. Hepburn.
Thank you for the promotion.
And just to mention something else here, right? As we move on, and we're talking a lot about the academic advancement that we want to make in the profession. Within the association, Thomas is now talking about these committees. By law, we are already required to function or have these committees functioning internally. But what we want to be doing is having more written reports and more research and things that indicate that as a profession and as an association that's mandated by statute law, that we are doing these academic things by having these committees functioning, researching, writing reports and writing papers. Just take in mind, I want to mention something. When I was in Jamaica, a lot of the persons who were lecturing at the school in Jamaica, they were actually persons who were employed at a government department or, say, a private sector company. My point is, there's a strong connection within the profession between the persons who are actually practicing and those who are writing papers and doing research And this is where we want to get to. We want to go towards this academic standard. And we want to, have these committees functioning, doing the research, writing the reports, saying, for example, we started this year evaluating why we couldn't get enough people recruited, or we're going to be looking at the education background. We want to put all these things on file. So 5 years from now, whoever is replacing us will have files to look at. Okay? So we want to start this process, and we want to document everything as we move along.
Okay, so the next point on the agenda, we need to discuss the upcoming election. We want to make sure that all the members here are in agreement for us to have the election on, it's Friday, June 26th.
Friday.
What happened is that was the only day they had available.
Who's there?
This was the Department of Labor, because we had them for the accommodation. We asked for Saturday, but they said they didn't have Saturday available. So this was the problem. We don't want to go past June. We want to make sure that election is in June. You see, so we really don't want to go past June, and so they've accommodated us for 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Friday. All right, and so we don't want to go past June. We want to make sure the election is in June.
I mean, why does the Department of Labor have to be there?
No, we only do that just for, remember, we're trying to make sure everything is transparent now. That's all it's for, just for transparency. All right? And so we make sure it is independently conducted, scrutinized, so that's the only reason.
Yeah, but
All right?
Friday is such a difficult day. You got people running private firms, traveling, people on family islands.
Yes, and see, we did make them aware of that. And so they tried to work with us because they were looking at it, but they said they couldn't do Saturday. And then what happened, we all want to be able to observe Mr. Loft. Oh, sorry, that's another thing. Mr. Loftus Butler had passed away, and his funeral is on Thursday. That's the day before, the 25th. All right, so we'll send something in the group about that as well. I meant to send that out before this, but I just didn't have a chance. All right, so we do intend to at least support that.
Can you have mail-in ballots then for those who can't
No,
make it?
we have to go according to our law. Our law is very specific.
Okay.
It's very specific, so we have to observe the rules of our act. But we want to go to that eventually.
Okay, so taking into consideration the venue and the fact that we want to have observers, taking into effect the venue, and we want to have observers for accountability. If anybody has any suggestions, please, this is the time to state it so that if we have to reschedule anything, there's the opportunity to do it.
I just have a few questions. First question is, have you all observed the legal amount of time for notice for the AGM and the election? Has that been observed?
Yes.
And for these proctors, exactly persons who are coming in, are we doing it the same way we did before?
Yeah, see, we want to make sure do it that way so that it's objective. It's not biased in any way. It's straightforward and it's transparent. All right. And
So the proctors will be saying
yes,
who they want to vote for in person verbally.
yes. No, well, they do that. They already do that. Yeah, that's always.
Well, I didn't look at it last time, so.
Right. No, they always do
I'm
that.
just curious.
Okay. They always.
You're saying transparency, somebody should be able to check over that.
No, listen. The process was observed properly. Whatever was required, that was done. So whatever they required, no, I understand what he's saying, but that was done. That was actually done ahead of time.
Yeah, I'm saying that. I said, what if any of the general members want to see that?
I don't think that's what it is. You have to.
I'm asking.
No. I think it's only the persons who are qualified are able to be there for that. You see, the persons who are in balls. You can't have it just for anybody. Just come and see it. Balls members. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Yes, you'll be there. Will you be there? I'm assuming that you will be there. Okay, sorry. I'm assuming you will be there. You will be there, so you'll be able to see it.
Just to mention something else too for awareness. After the last election was done, the entire process and the results was vetted by Department of Labor and the AG office, and they certified the results at the end of the exercise. Okay?
Just bring back to a quick question. In terms of, as you mentioned, about members of BALS, and that's the
Well,
association.
only we use that as the acronym, and I've been getting in trouble because I call it balls. And they tell me, say, don't call it balls.
But anyway, no, the question is, I know in the past there used to be, and in a couple of our meetings prior, mentioned about people registering for BALS. But not every surveyor, or correct me if I'm wrong, is it that every licensed surveyor is automatically a member of BALS, or is it
Automatically entitled to become a member.
entitled to? But
Yes.
I'm asking,
See,
they are.
Oh, you mean presently?
Presently.
No, not all are. Some are.
So, who then are eligible to vote on Friday?
We will have a list, so I will get that so that we can prepare that. All right, so that'll be
So
available.
can anybody who is not currently on the BALS list get on the list to vote by Friday?
No, they would be able to get on balls after the election because you know they have to go through the membership process.
Right.
Those who are not members.
Those who are not.
Right. They can become members. So that's not a problem.
So do you have a published list?
No, that's why I say I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna get that and then we can have that. All right. So you'd be entitled to have it inspected,
No,
etc.
you guys, just because I know there are recent persons who have gotten license.
No, and they haven't registered with us
Have not
yet.
registered.
Yeah. And see, we need to get all of them registered.
Yeah.
So all of them need to become a part of balls. I was getting in trouble for that. Balls.
BALS.
All right. Yes.
I have a problem with you all using the terms above board. For over 50 years, this association been in place. Help wrote the Land Surveyors Act, Help wrote the Land Surveyors Regulations. I mean, for 50 years, they never acted above board.
I'm not sure what you mean in terms of.
I mean, you keep saying above board.
No, I was speaking in terms of how we conduct the election. I wasn't talking about the association.
But the elections for the association, right?
No, what I'm saying you.
Let me speak to
Okay.
that. Speak to that. Donald, I don't know if you recall when we were attempting to have the last election, there were persons who strongly objected to the election being called. There were persons who objected to me calling the election, and a lot of accusations were made, some personal and otherwise. So we had to use a process that made the election legal, and so it could be certified at the end of the day. We're not interested in.
I could put a pin in that. The persons who objected wasn't on the basis of it by having militia of labor there made it legal.
Mhm.
It was the Constitution and the bylaws of the association wasn't followed properly. That is the question. That is what they was questioning. And I don't want to get into it at this meeting. This is a membership thing.
Right.
It has nothing to do with you. The reason having the labor board there didn't legitimize what they were claiming.
It
they
was
were saying that the Constitution and bylaws was in their head too. That's
right.
That's what it's
So
saying. And they had a point. And I read the Constitution, I read the bylaws, and I understand. And
right.
And I myself, figured that some things that the way the election was called and carried out didn't actually meet all the requirements under the Act and Constitution.
Okay.
Land Surveyors Regulations and Constitution. That's the only question they questioned. They didn't say it was nothing personal.
I had persons speaking directly to me, and writing.
Well, I didn't know anything.
And writing and
that
writing.
was the question.
Right, and writing emails directly to me, so I could say what was said to me. I was told in one instance that I am not allowed or authorized, that I was even told that I'm not a member of the association. But we had a process where we got legal advice, and we very thoroughly reviewed the act, and we were advised on how to conduct the election. And right before the election, the persons who were in the room actually voted for the election to take place under certain guides and certain rules. And by doing it that way, at the end of the day, it was it was found to be legitimate.
Sorry, let me just say something too with that. The Department of Labor process, they don't proceed unless they check the law. And they vetted it and they guided as to how it went. You see, because remember, we wanted it to be independent and they conducted the independence of that. You see, so that was, a determination by them, and that's why they certified it. Because I think all of the issues were brought to them, even that what you just said, and they reviewed it before they sanctioned actually having that process. And that's why they certified it.
While we on that point, just while we on that point, for those who are not aware, when we got elected in office, we requested all the articles and documents from the previous administration. We haven't received anything yet. We would have thought that this would have been an automatic process, or that consideration would have been given to just following the proper procedure, that if you had an election, that those who were there before would turn over whatever information and files and records and articles over to the new administration for purpose of keeping the organization functioning properly. That hasn't happened, and we have requested in writing to get those articles, and we just haven't received them yet. Okay?
Sorry, just for those who are ready to go now, the only other thing we want to do, we want to have a church service after the election. So we just like to know everybody's availability for Sunday sometime after the election. All right? So that would be one thing we'd like to do as well.
You'll inform us.
But let's close up on that issue first that Don had raised. That we are satisfied, or let's make sure that we close the issue. Okay, that we are deciding on having the election, a day and place and time. If anybody else wants to suggest or advise a different time, different location, or if anybody has any objection to the way the election is being held, please, this is the time to do it. We are required by law to have that election. We are going to do everything that we possibly can to have that election in June. We're going to do everything that we can to make sure that that election is held. That's our responsibility now as the current executive body. If we fail to have that election, everybody who is holding any position on the executive council, those positions all fall away by law. And the entire association becomes inactive again. The association was inactive for 5 years. Okay? So we have no intention of allowing that to happen again. Bear in mind also that the association recommends persons to sit on the board. So these are statutory procedures that are supposed to be followed. And we want to do our part to make sure that this is done properly by law in the required time, which is during the month of June. So I'll say again, if you have any questions, concerns, comments, objections, by all means, this is the day and time to air those concerns.
Yeah, no objection, but just a Friday at 10 to
No, 11.
Difficult, challenging thing. I understand what you're saying, that because of all the parts.
And see, let me tell you another thing with them. Sorry, I just want to mention this. They have had challenges. There's been electricity challenges, other challenges. So they only have a certain window within which they operate daily. So, I think by 2 o'clock, they're done.
So 10 to 1. All right,
10 to
so
1.
you'll have
11.
Sorry, 11, not 10. Sorry, 11. Yes.
11 to 1.
Yes.
All right.
What we can do, or what we will do, we'll make another attempt to adjust that time.
Sorry to tell you this. They say they can't do an adjustment.
Yeah.
They have too many other elections going on.
Yeah, my only thing is that just to make sure that you have a quorum on that day, to make sure that the information is sent, get a full response, see how many people, to make sure that you have a quorum and people. Yeah.
Right.
See, we would already send out the notice, but I will definitely take it today because I find it.
Send out that plea.
You need to call
people
them.
look around.
Yeah.
You need to call them.
Look at here today.
And on that same note, please, if anybody knows of a surveyor who, for any reason, is not in contact with us, please reach out to them and let them know. And please even have them contact us because we are sending out some emails and sometimes they're bouncing back. All right? But we want to make sure everything is done properly and done within this legally required period, please. Mr. Renio.
Mr. President, can I kindly ask you to send out an email to all persons, as there's no legal requirement for the Department of Labor to be here, and if we, as an organization, want to shift it to another day, please allow us to have that opportunity.
Sorry, you were not here, but we have to have this in June by law.
Let's hear it.
Just as we're being transparent one way, we have to also be cautious that we don't swing too far to the other side. So if the members don't want to meet on Friday, and as an organization, we say we want to vote on Sunday or Monday before the allotted time, we have to be given that right.
Okay.
And I'd like you to send it out, right? So there's no one saying that we didn't get an opportunity to vote, right? That we don't want to do it on Friday, because it could be perceived.
Who will be the independent persons? Who will be there? No, I mean just from your aspect, because I just accepting what you're saying now. Who will be the independent persons?
There's no statutory requirement for that. So it has been run. We've run it ourselves. There are people in here we can call Toastmasters. We can call.
Okay, can you make some contacts with them, please, to see if they're available? Please?
I can guarantee you we can run this.
No, that's not what I'm asking for. I'm asking you, can you reach out, please, so you can get some contacts?
The law is clear. The law does not require us to have invigilators.
I agree. I don't disagree.
So you're saying Toastmasters is semantics?
I didn't say Toastmasters.
Or whatever.
Yeah, I know it was
You have to give us the opportunity to decide as an organization. And that's for transparency. Nothing's going to.
So listen, we're being very transparent. If you notice, that's why we got somebody who is an official. They are the official in the Bahamas to actually conduct elections. No, hold on, I'm going to show you why it's Department of Labor. Department of Labor has a mandate to conduct elections in the Bahamas. All right, they're the official body for that. So we wanted to make sure we went with official channels and official transparency. So I'm saying to you, I have no problem with what you're saying, but please reach out to those persons so we can have an alternative.
Thomas Ferguson, listen to me and I want you to hear me well, friend. We have to give people the opportunity to make this decision.
I'm agreeing with you, you know. You didn't hear me? I agreed with you. I'm not, I just disagree with you. So I'm saying you please reach out to some persons who could do it. Please reach out first. Okay, so. I'm not saying you're being difficult. I'm accepting what you say, and I accept that.
I see you're trying to create transparency here, but I also want to make sure that we have.
I have no problem with that. No problem.
Because if you don't put that email out, I'm going to tell you what's going to be said. I didn't come to the meeting because they said the Department of Labor had to be there. Because, listen to me, Tom.
Okay.
I'm being objective.
Okay.
The Department of Labor has to be there, and because they could only do it on that day, most of the surveyors who are disenfranchised didn't have the opportunity to vote, and that is a form of gerrymandering. Listen to me, Thomas. Hear me and hear me well, my friend.
Now, see, you're mentioning some terms that are really applicable for this. You're saying gerrymandering. That's not applicable for this.
Mr. Ferguson.
No, there's nothing that can link gerrymandering to this. Nothing whatsoever.
we're not doing
So that's not the correct term.
constituencies.
No, Mr. Ferguson, what he's trying to say, listen, he's saying
No, I'm
that
listening to him. I hear
it's
him.
not mandatory
I agree with him.
for,
I agree with
for
you.
the Department of Labor to
To
be
do it,
at
yes.
our meeting for elections. We could appoint our own people to oversee the elections. It'll be above, it doesn't mean it's not above board if the Ministry of Labor is not there. That's what he's saying.
Listen, I hear him, I'm agreeing. So I said to him, no problem. The persons who you recommend, please check with them so that they're available. Yep, yes.
All I say, Mr. President, send out an email and get a consensus before holding the rest. We still have time.
So, sorry. I love what you're saying, right? But all I'm going to say now, have the alternative in provision so it's ready, so that if
We may not need an alternative if everybody agrees to do it on Friday.
but please let's have the alternative ready so we don't just have nothing available.
Make a miss on Thursday, this Friday. Of course they want it, because if only half of the organization is happy, we want to end up at the same place.
I don't disagree. But you need to have the alternative ready.
Thomas, nothing hurts. If you send the email out, this is the date that we have picked, please say if this is okay, if this is not okay, make your objections and have that on the record. So no one can come back and say that we didn't have the opportunity to speak.
Okay. I totally agree with you. But I'm saying to you now, you gave some alternatives. Let's have the alternatives ready. See, we want to make sure that the bullet is in the gun. So if they say no, we don't do it then, we fire the bullet this day. Have it ready. That's all I'm saying. You're hearing me? You understand I'm agreeing with you?
My only point is I want for transparency. I can tell you this, all of you guys, I work in Freeport. I work in Freeport. Right? So I'm the only person who lived on the outer island, which is disenfranchised in the first place. See, we're talking about transparency. So every time there's a meeting, it's in Nassau during regular hours. We don't even have the opportunity to come. Right? So when we're talking about this, I'm not being difficult. I'm sitting here saying,
Never said you were difficult.
no, I'm saying that if Mr. Patterson wants to come, or Mr. Patron, or Richard Hines, or Rodney White, or anybody else who lives in a different jurisdiction, give them the right to have their day in court, to have their say.
I'm not disagreeing, But see, listen to me. You can't throw away something that's set for something that you just have as pie in the sky. So I'm saying to you, let's have the alternative ready. Yeah, but listen to me. You're saying transparency without a result. Yeah, sure.
The notification or the communication to go out is how should I say it? It's a meaningful intervention and also be engaged. So I recommend that independently to engage the process of the communication and allow the feedback to come from the communication. So both of you, just to help this process, understanding what is being dialogue, allow that process and whatever measure needs to be taken as a result of that. You may even set a deadline for that response.
You have to.
Communicate it today, set a deadline to get a response to it,
Got to put
which allows you still to have flexibility to ensure that it's executed
Within the month of June. So now this is it. We only have certain days in June. So we have to make sure that it's alternative that he's recommending, that's bring with, that it's able to happen.
I'm not making an alternative, I'm asking for consultation.
the communication.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm not saying that. So okay, let me put it a different way then. What do you see? Okay, let's say that they don't agree for Friday. What is the alternative to have it before June? What's the alternative?
Saturday.
Before June ends. What's the alternative? Okay, who is gonna have it Saturday? No, listen.
You're gonna have it.
Listen, I can really go to Sylvania, I'll go rent a hall, and I'll do something. Let's not be semantics on this.
No, but it's not just semantics. You need, this is logistics.
That's
It's not semantics.
There's so many questions on here.
I think the discussion can conclude with agreeing to let the communication go.
Sure.
And set a time frame for when the response comes to that communication. I think you have it. I don't think you need to go further than that. Give the opportunity. It's a democratic satisfaction.
Yeah.
And you won't be harmed for it.
So, can you?
And then if needs be, then you try to put together something for Saturday. But give everybody the opportunity. I'm glad
I don't
that
disagree.
I'm glad that he brought that up.
That's fine. I think we can
I'm in agreement. I've been in agreement. But now you
No, no,
gotta
no,
run.
no, 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 no.
You gotta give us some results.
Can you assist? Can you assist with helping the draft? Hold on.
Sorry, I have to.
Can you assist with helping the draft, the communication, to be sent out to make sure that that process is adequately handled?
With you.
I'll drop it. That's not a problem.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay.
And as a member, I'm in agreement with both of you. But and I see the point about
Yes.
what making. And I am agreeing with Percy here that
Mr.
by
Renew.
sending it out, you give the other members who might have an objection or not an objection. That's not really an objection, but obstacle to Friday at 11 to 1. Because like others who might be working, have payrolls, they might not be.
You got 5 surveyors who live off island.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
Including me.
All of yeah. What I'm saying is, for those who would have loved to be there, who want to be there, would have struggles in order to give them the opportunity
Okay.
to either be there or render their objection.
Yes.
And because from that, you'll be able to even determine what your core is. You can have it Friday, and majority of the members are not happy and cannot make it, and then you waste your Friday. Because you come and you don't have enough people to vote.
Yes.
So what we're saying is, and I agree, Doctor and Ferguson, send out the information, get it in quickly, and then you organize another
Listen,
alternative.
I hear you, right? I hear you, right? But listen, Ms. Ferguson, this one, I love it, and I don't disagree with you, because listen, for me, when we started,
yeah, I know.
No,
But what
we
we're
know that.
saying,
But
what he's
you have to
saying,
get the
which we are
feedback
saying,
from
which I agree
the
with,
members.
hold on, let me finish.
Let
Let me finish. Is that even if Labour is not able to make it Saturday, we do not need Labour to have our meeting.
Correct. Okay.
And so,
Gentlemen,
Labour is
if I
unable to
may,
come,
Sorry. Just
Um,
hold on, Reggie.
President Roderick.
Yes.
President Roderick. Not to interrupt the heated discussion, but I have to leave in a few minutes. I would like to have a little time to go over a few things that are on my mind. Just for the record, I've made reservations. I bought my Bahamas Air ticket to come in on Friday. I can't switch to Saturday now without losing my ticket. I know Friday is a work day, but a lot of us, some of us at least, have others that they can send in the field and can make 2 hours. If I can come in from Abaco, those who are in New Providence surely can spare 2 hours to come to this very important meeting. Now, earlier you were talking about getting the records from the old board. All I want to say about that is, I know there were at least hard feelings, but I would just like to see every surveyor in the country become active in the association. Um, yeah, some people didn't like what this and that, but I mean, come on, it's been nearly a year. Let's try to get beyond it and just advance. So, next thing on my mind is the budget. Since I was the one who signed the letter that went to the office of the prime minister, I mean, I know that realistically we would never get all that we asked for, but and I don't know how to make this process happen, but can somebody maybe lobby one of the MPs to say, look, I mean, yeah, you're not going to give us $3.5 million or whatever it was we asked for, but give us half of it, a third of it, or something. I'm just afraid at the end of the day, we might get nothing. And since I became a vice president, I've spent a certain amount of money out of pocket, and that's okay. But for those of us who live in the family islands, to have to fly in, rent a car, get taxis, whatever, maybe a hotel, it adds up, and something to get back from, if they give us a budget, it would be a big help. Um, I guess that pretty much covers. Oh, well, no, one more thing. And this is certainly not any attempt for me to pat myself on the back because since the new council came into effect, nearly all of the heavy lifting has been done by Secretary Thomas and President Roderick. I really haven't contributed all that much myself. But I've been a member of the association. I've been a member of the association for 42 years. And I can honestly say for most of that time, we would meet once a year. Most surveyors would come in from, some would fly in from the islands and we'd see each other and talk. And usually we'd vote and just to vote to the old board back in. And the association really didn't do that much. But in the last 8 months, whatever it's been, a little closer, more like a year now, I guess. I've never seen the amount of activity that the present association is indulging in. It's very, very encouraging. And, I just want to see it continue. As for what committee I can serve on, wherever I can be of any use, a lot of those committees, I probably wouldn't be able to contribute anything meaningful, but I'll do whatever I can where I feel I can do some good. And I guess that pretty much sums it up. I have this memorial service to go to for someone who passed away recently, and I'll turn that back over to the floor, and I'll be leaving you in a few minutes. So thank you very much for listening.
Okay. Thank you, Reggie. And if I could say something quickly, right? Gentlemen, it'll be really good if we could get almost every surveyor in the room and have these elections and have them done properly, and whatever has happened in the past, to put an end to it. That is my personal feeling on this, okay? Being concerned about what has happened in the past and who said rude things to me, I don't have the rest of my life to be thinking about that. I'm talking about getting these young people in colleges and doing these positive things. That's what I'm concerned about. So I'm saying to you, I'm appealing to everybody in the sound of my voice, please, if we could fill the room with every surveyor, however we can, and have a proper democratic election. Let's do that, please. And let's demonstrate to everybody. See, we're dealing with FIG and everybody else around the world. Let's demonstrate that we could at least have a proper election without any court and whatever dispute afterwards. That's my appeal to everybody. However we do it, please.
You got to talk in the mic.
Oh, just on in there.
Just the other day.
Direction for the election. And which direction should we take? Either Saturday or either Friday or Saturday?
No, yeah.
So we have members here. And I think we have to go along with the members.
We have to decide.
Because if you say Friday and some members can't make it,
From what I understand, see, and we have Dr. Hamilton here, who is an attorney, right?
Huh?
We have to decide as the group on how to conduct the election properly and what time. Along the lines of what Renio and Chester is saying, it makes complete sense. We'll communicate with everybody and ask them to express their concerns, their questions, objections. All of this must be in writing. We're putting these things on file. And I'm appealing to everybody. Before the month of June is out, please let's have a proper election. If you decide that you don't want to have Department of Labor involved, and that you want to have some other process of authenticating this election, by all means, decide this among yourselves. Communicate it in writing. It is our responsibility to pull this election off before the month of June ends.
I'm sorry, I have to leave. I've already interrupted. So I just need to run.
It ain't yours, right?
Yeah. It's just, my concern is just to make sure that we, in your correspondence, clear that list of registered surveyors, and from that list who were eligible to vote, make sure that you have a quorum, so that I don't close my office on Friday to come.
Sure.
You don't come from
And then
wherever,
enough people.
and then you can't.
It ain't enough people.
So if you just appeal to everybody,
So
I'll
in
appeal
addition
to
to what they
those
do,
who I know the same.
please, and please, I was just gonna say, in addition to what we do, please, if you could contact who you know as
Yeah.
well, and let's have them contact us.
Yes.
And I will try to call as many as I can, so we
Yeah,
actually
and then we try to
and let them
appeal.
send it in.
And we'll appeal, Roderick, about forgetting the past. Past is the past. Let's move on. And we talk to
We have
some of
to.
those
It-
people
it's
and make
time.
sure that we move. Huh?
We have too many major issues to deal with.
Yeah.
So spend time
So,
dealing with
yeah.
the past.
So it's just to get that aspect out.
Yes.
Sorry, Jim.
No, that's fine. No, I just wanted to, before I give my alternative, I do want to commend the current association leadership. As Mr. Patterson has said, we have seen a lot of movement in a positive direction. And so I do want to openly commend you for that. Again, in the spirit of unity, I understand about people being disenfranchised and not being able to be in position to take a part of it. We want to say we want to bring everybody together despite whatever the past issues were. We want to get as many people. So one alternative, I know Mr. Patterson has said he's already purchased his ticket, but maybe perhaps not in the middle of the day when a lot of us are actively practicing, but even later on in the afternoon and evening, perhaps not at the Department of Labor, right? But you still allow, you're in June, you still allow everybody to, who may have made arrangements to still partake on a Friday, change the location, but the time just different. Maybe in the afternoon when everybody's office is already closed, it doesn't impact business, right? So just another alternative.
Very good.
You work with.
All right.
That's an alternative.
So, be clear on this point.
Yes, thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Reggie.
We have to wrap up.
Yes, we have to wrap.
Any closing questions or concerns, please? But we do have to wrap up.
I think you've demonstrated great maturity.
Yeah.
And it's worthy that you include and execute the communication.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah.
Okay.
That's strong.
All right, so let's give ourselves a round of applause, please, and let's bring this meeting to an end. Remember, people, remember, we have to be seen with all the international connections we're making. We have to be seen to be doing things properly. And for all of us, I'm personally suggesting to us, all of you, it is our responsibility to bring the next generation in, bring the next generation of highly qualified surveyors, put them in place. That should be all of our objective. That doesn't take anything from us. That just gives us 2 or 3 more people to work for us, eh? But seriously, I think we should all take that initiative seriously, please. Okay, so this meeting is now brought to an end. Anybody seconds? Okay. Thank you. All right.
Thank you. You good?
Yeah, all right, okay. We can talk. We can talk.
That's my cuz.
We can talk.
That's a home rock man.
All right.
Home rock man.
So you know him?
Second cousin.
What?
His mother and I are two brothers children.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, small world.
You know Dr. Hayward? Yeah. That's my family. You preaching Dr. Hayward church and I ain't going there yet.
Yeah, Ray. Ray had some services.
Yeah. You forget I opened this first night?
Oh, you want to have to say this for him?
It was by his church.
Do what? Okay.
Oh boy.
How long the press conference?
You was here before. They stayed. They come on. They put this new system online by December, you know.
Oh, you say like food.
That's what they say. I'm gonna tell you what they say. No, but okay, even so, but the Surveyor General not even involved. They're not even involved. Yeah, talking what? Anyway.
No, let me ask you a quick question. Short question.
Panel? Same thing, yeah.
Codes running on the ground.
That's okay, yeah. Right.
So I have to run.
We need the mic.
This for you, the big shot.
Small shot. Small shot.
In the presentation, you mean the presentation?
Do the one bill at a session, okay? Or, yeah, the one bill, or let's just stand in front of the sign. That, oh, that.
If this for the people to be sold out.
That.
I was in South Africa either.
Oh, you didn't get that?
I thought you did. What university didn't come to? I think next time around. Plan
that'll make that happen.
Well, actually, we have to start, we have the right UB now and PTBI now for the scholarship.
I thought that was already written.
Well, it was already written, but they didn't do it. They didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I'm pulling your leg with that.
I'm just a placeholder. All I can do is smile.
And know it.
You gotta go over one more, man, because Roger, when he come in, he can just sit right
We have soft drinks next door.
Sorry.
I didn't get hot. I thought it was being cold.
Let me turn that up. Let me turn that up.
No. Then I can get cold.
Let me turn that up.
No. So you, the president's gonna sit here? Or you need to sit in the middle?
Yeah. When you're ready.
Cape the capital. So we want to inform the public again that we had a successful trip to the Cape Town, South Africa, where our ambassadors.
Oh,
nice. Oh, you have to get close to you when you're speaking. Awesome.
Okay, how is this right now? Okay.
Yes?
Okay. All right. So my name is Roderick Wood. I'm the president of the Association of Land Surveyors. I'm joined by some of our strategic partners to make our operation as the recently elected executive members of the association function as best as it could. I don't know if I could just have everybody name themselves going around the room, but we have persons from Civil Society Bahamas in the form of Dr. Hamilton. We have our University of Bahamas representative from the Civil Engineering Department, Dr. Hepburn. We have, on my far left, we have Mr. Thomas Ferguson, who is Secretary of the Bahamas Association of Land Surveyors. We have Mr. Ben Ferguson, who is a Senior Advisor for the Bahamas Association of Land Surveyors. We have one of our new and upcoming surveyors, Ms. Delarice Allen, and she is one of the co-chairs for our Bahamas Young Surveyors Network, which is a group or organization that we've put together since coming back from South Africa to help recruit and drive the interest of becoming a surveyor or joining the profession, particularly among young people and the youth. So we have Ms. Delarice Allen, and then we have Mr. Don Kemp, who's working along with her. And he is also a person who is working his way to become to join the profession of land surveying. We have Miss Yolande Moxie from our BioC Alliance, and we have Reverend Stirrup, okay, and sorry, I don't know the other one.
I'm just Shaquille Colby, the marketing coordinator for BTBI.
Okay, all right. So just note that the Bahamas Association of Land Surveyors, we've expanded our connectivity a bit for the purpose of making sure that our role in this country is being effectively done and achieved. And in particular, we are concerned, and we will always be concerned about youth development and recruiting young people in the profession. And we are strategically and particularly concerned with putting in place the next generation of highly qualified, highly skilled young people. We just had a demonstration where we see in other parts of the world, the average person coming into the profession of surveying is around 23 to 24 years of age with a bachelor's degree in surveying already. We need to make whatever decision that we can to bring about the same achievement in the Bahamas. We want young people in their early 20s with their bachelor's degrees, and shortly after that with their required practical skills and training to be starting off entry-level surveyors. Our next stage is to get qualified young surveyors who are going to be associate professors or assistant professors at the University of the Bahamas. We have intention of someday in the near future running a fully certified course at the University of the Bahamas in land surveying, right? And BTBI, okay? So, but to accomplish this, we have to make sure that in the very near future, we produce a required number of young, energetic, qualified, skilled persons, male and female, to fill this requirement of people to keep our profession at a global university, or universal world standard. Okay? So this is what we are concerned about. In addition to that, we are getting ready very soon to have our general election as the Bahamas Association of Land Surveyors, and we have met with our members. We've just met with our members, and we are making our plans to move ahead, and we are making our plans to make sure that our election is democratically held, that every legal requirement is met, and that after that election is held, there is either nothing or very little to complain or talk about. That is very important if we're going to run a transparent, legally mandated Bahamas Land Surveyors of Association. So with that, I want to open for any questions or comments.
Do you have a date for your election?
We are required by law to hold this election during the month of June. We are in consultation with our members, some of whom are on different islands. And I stress consultation because we want to make sure that as many of them as possible are present in the room to have that election. And we're hoping that this could happen within the next week.
Your last statement it appears to be that there were contentious elections in the past. Is that something that happened or no?
Sorry, say it again.
Yeah, the way you framed your statement made it appear as though the elections have been contentious in the past. Is that a thing or no?
Well, I would say, and I smile when I say it, whenever you have human beings, you'll have somebody who disagrees or somebody who would like something to be done a different way. We have those same situations in our organization. But our thing is, again, as a legally or statutory body, we want to make sure that our election is properly held, and hopefully at the end of it, everybody or almost everybody is satisfied with the process.
At a previous press conference, you mentioned that you were having some issues with foreigners coming in and doing the work
Right.
that surveyors can't do. Have you had a discussion with the government since then, or has the issue been rectified?
Well, let me correct that, right? It's not that we're having a problem with foreigners coming in. What we want to very clearly highlight is we want to identify just how many positions or seats foreign people are being brought in to fill, and we want to make an objective to fill these opportunities with young Bahamians. And so even if we have to, in conjunction with the government or anybody else who wants to help, if we have to make some initiative where we're going to qualify young Bahamians in the shortest possible time, we are prepared to assist and make sure this happens. We just had a meeting where we discussed that if we can identify institutions around the world that offer a 2-year training course, that we are going to make a motion to, first of all, make sure that our young people enroll in the University of the Bahamas. We're always going to mention University of the Bahamas first. We're going to encourage, and BTVI, we want young people to take advantage of our local institutions, enroll here, and if you have any academic deficiency, this is the place and the time to repair and rebuild that. If you have to increase your proficiency and your fluency in any particular subject, whether it be English, maths, physics, or geography, we're saying the government is already doing some things by providing you with a BTVI and a University of the Bahamas. What you need to do is come, get enrolled, identify your weak spots, or improve yourself wherever you have to. But please prepare yourself to go into that surveying course, because surveying courses are not a walk-in, walk-out process. You need to go prepared. And we're saying BTVI, University of the Bahamas, visit a surveyor's office, get some experience and some exposure, but by all means prepare. And we want to fill these seats that anybody else is filling. We're saying Bahamians can do it.
So I just want to go back to a statement you said earlier in terms of making sure that our young people are trained for this profession. Would you say that would address the situation that you just mentioned?
That would certainly reduce the demand for it. See, we don't know if we will ever totally alleviate the need, and we also understand that it might be always the case that you need or you would call on somebody from another territory to assist with a new development. But if, for example, we're bringing in, let's say any number, I don't know what the number is. If we're bringing in 100
Recording
persons
stopped.
from overseas per year or any opportunity, then why at the same time we're not sending 120 young people from the Bahamas to sit in whatever institution is required to get the training, so that by next year or the year after that, we reduce that number by 70% or significantly. We're saying it is time to pull from within. It is time to do whatever it is required to put Bahamians in these opportunities. We're paying consultants. The numbers that I'm hearing is a very high amount of money. We're paying some consultants enough to send probably 5 young people to college. So we're saying, and we're appealing to students, parents, anybody in the family, aunties, uncles, choice groups. We're saying if you have a young person who has any inclination or any possibility of being interested in a science-based subject, please send them towards BTVI, University of the Bahamas. Let's get them enrolled in math, physics, geography, and those core courses. Build their background. Oh, also pre-engineering. Dr. Hepburn, civil engineering professor. Civil engineering and land surveying are so closely related that if you start off, or even if you do an associate in civil, that significantly increases your chances of transferring to another institution and pursuing surveying, and you are guaranteed to succeed just by starting at one of our local institutions. That's the point we want to make.
share your experience.
You good to go? You ready?
No, he's
Because we have days to.
Yeah.
See? Okay, sure.
Both of you, share your experiences. You have a different angle from me.
Just quickly share your experiences.
Yeah.
Please.
Go ahead, yeah.
Darling?
Lady.
Keep it
Share
simple.
your experiences and say whatever you can to encourage some young person to come in, and particularly female.
Good day. My name is Delarice Allen, and I am one of the co-chairs for the Bahamas Young Surveyors Network, along with Mr. Don Camp. On May 21st through the 28th, we attended the FIG conference in Cape Town, South Africa. That conference was for all international surveyors, and during that conference, from Monday to Friday, 10 sessions were held. And for the duration from Monday to Thursday, it was an accumulation of 130 topics. Only 2 students were there, but we had 2 facilitators, Mr. Thomas Ferguson and Miss Roland Moxie. So between the 4 of us, we were able to attend sessions pertaining to surveying, and some of the topics that we were able to attend basically talked about city planning, hydrography, geospatial surveying, and it encompassed basically all of the aspects of surveying, some of which I just learned. And I was appreciative for that. A lot of stuff we were able to ascertain from the conferences, also speak with many of the other young surveyors, and our mandate now that we have been appointed as chairs of the Bahamas Young Surveyors Network is to recruit young surveyors. Here in the Bahamas, we have a shortage, and we would definitely want to encourage young persons to come on board, to come to we're planning a workshop on the 25th of July, and it's going to be right here at BTVI. We want you to come. If you're interested, come. If you're not interested, come and see what it's all about. All of you, all persons who are tech savvy, we have some drones. We need drone pilots. And of course, the females, you can come, put your hair up in one, so don't be hot. You can come and learn a lot. The art of surveying is not just encompassed for land, it's encompassed for the sea, it's encompassed for city planning, it's encompassed for so many aspects of life. And if you look at our world, most of the things that you need involves you getting a surveyor. If you want to buy a property, if you want to build a house, if you want, did I say purchase? Yeah, if you want to purchase a property, if you want to build a house, if you want to construct, do a city development, you need a surveyor. And we are desperately in need of more surveyors, so we are definitely recruiting. So if you see my beautiful smiling face, please, we will encourage you to come, especially the females. We want to encourage you to come and join the team of young surveyors.
Good day. My name is Don Kemp, the other co-chair of the Bahamas Young Surveyors Network. Ms. Allen omitted one thing in our effort to recruit lots of young Bahamian surveyors. We also plan to have a one-day camp, summer camp here at BTVI. Also, in addition to the one-day workshop on the 25th. So the one-day workshop on the 25th would be like an introduction to all of the new technology and the equipment to be used, and then the camp would just go a little further to spur their interest, and hopefully we could get between 50 and 80 interested young persons, and then we will encourage them because we have very good math teachers at BTVI, especially the infamous Mr. Stanley Gordon, who brought me from a C to 8. I got emotional right there. He got me from a C to 8 math student. And I was one of the I was one of those students who was scared of maths, and now I'm not afraid of it anymore. So
Take your time.
Yes. Good teachers.
So of course, you can see that you don't have to be afraid that you're not able to do your best in math. We have teachers who are well capable of pulling you up and allowing you to grow further than you ever think you can. And we have a prime example here who is giving his testimony of how he came from a C level. And we have many other persons who are timid of coming into the field because of the various subjects that has to be done, one including trigonometry. Listen, you're going to pass it. You're going to do well. And all you have to do is take the leap of faith and trust and believe that you will get through. And we have competent teachers that will help you. All you have to do is take the leap of faith and move forward to achieve.
Great job. Great job.
We're accepting from age 13. Once you are interested and you have the competency level. So you want to start as young as possible to get them interested and, of course, start the fundamentals of the training as soon as possible. So by the time as they're young adults, they are fully equipped and they're well versed in the area already. Well, presently we have a website that we are producing, but you can contact any one of us or our president, and we will be able to get them signed up and, of course, get them enrolled in our workshops. Yes, you can contact us at 395-3705 or
465-1078. But we supposed to be we're going to work on a flyer, interactive flyer that when you click on the barcode, an application pops up. It's a free application, so you just click on the barcode and then you just put your name in, and we'll know that you would be attending, and then you submit it. Well, I am an electrician, but I am also a building inspector for the Ministry of Housing. I got interested in surveying because when I came back from California, I had purchased a piece of land on the island, and they were taking long to give me my conveyance. I still haven't gotten it. That was since 2014. So I am taken aback by that. And so I, in turn, reached out to Mr. Ferguson and I said, look, I need some training in this area. I'll go in the bush, I'll cut the trees, I'll do whatever. And took me. He took me on this way. Oh, man.
And my background is architecture, and I would have just finished my associate's degree here at BTVI in construction technology. I originally came here for quantity surveying, but I am so glad, like Mr. Camp said, we got connected with Mr. Thomas Ferguson, who was able to help us pursue our careers as surveyors. Made him raise his hand.
Sorry, and my last question is, you said you came back from California and got introduced to Mr. Thomas Ferguson. How many years ago was that?
Let's see, I came back in 2011. I spoke with him in 2011, right? And ever since, anytime he have a surveying job, he call me.
And just to be clear, both of you got into surveying in adulthood.
Yes.
Yeah, it was, when I came back, I was what? I was still in my,
Mature age.
I was a mature age, yeah.
No, you're not. You'll have to.
Reposition. Don't it break up?
I want to reiterate one very important point, as Mr. Camp has demonstrated to you. While our main concern is surveying, right? And this is really what we're trying to achieve. We need more surveyors. But we've come to the understanding that we're not going to get the surveyors that we want unless throughout the entire country we improve the amount of people who are doing well in the core courses, if I could call them off. They must be well at language, English. They must be doing well at math, physics, and geography, and maybe one more subject, be it chemistry or economics or whatever. The standard of achievement graduating out of high school in the Bahamas is supposed to be 5 O levels with C or above. Somehow we're finding that the amount of students achieving that criteria is very small. And in particular, the amount who are achieving the English and the math, or 2 sciences within that 5 requirement, is even smaller. And then we're also finding out that there's some reason why young men are not having the same achievement as young women. And so there are a number of issues that we've had to become aware of within our goal to find these young surveyors. But we want to drive home this message. We want to get everybody to understand that within this country, we probably need to increase the number of students who are doing well in the sciences at O level, coming out of high school between 11 and grade 12. We probably need to increase that number by about 4. And then, Mr. Ferguson is saying by 10, right? And then the enrollment in the University of the Bahamas and BTVI, whatever that number is, we have to drastically increase that number of just persons enrolling in these science subjects, so that we can help people who we can then encourage to come into surveying. So there's more than one issue that we're dealing with, but we have come to realize the connection. But at the same time, we think it is very possible that if we identify, along with our institution, let's say an institution that is offering an associate degree in surveying, a 2-year program, if we prepare our students and we send them off to this 2-year program, that within 5 years, we must be able to produce I would say 10 persons with their associate degree in surveying who has passed through University of the Bahamas, BTBI, gotten to the next stage, gotten to, say, maybe Jamaica or Canada or wherever that particular course is. Do another 2 years and obtain your associate degrees. This is what we're after. But we're calling on everybody to assist because we don't want to send any student off who is not prepared to succeed. We need them to build a strong background first. So if that requires a year or some time at one of our local institutions to build your strength, we're saying, let's do this. It saves you money and time. But build your foundation first. Like Mr. Kemp said, do not be afraid of the math. That's where it all starts. Your English, you have to write reports. You have to read a lot of things to be in this profession. But we really need to increase these numbers. And we need to make up our mind to do whatever it takes. So at some point, I mean, today we might not be speaking about funding, but we know at some point we're going to have to talk about the funding issue. But there are some institutions that the government is already helping to pay for so that when you go there, you're paying much less than if you go elsewhere. So we're saying go to these places first. BTBI, University of Bahamas, University of Technology, Jamaica, University of the West Indies. These are your best bets. We have to fill the seats of persons who have the desire and the initiative to excel. And we need every young person in the sciences that we can get, and then every young person that we can get in surveying. That is what we're after.
Thank you.
Great job.
Pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah, they did a great job.
You can send it to our email.
Okay. Oh, I shaved my head. I have my.
Yes, yes. She'll tell you this Donald Leeson. You know Donald Thompson. Thompson. He was here. He was here. The tall surveyor. Oh. Yeah, yeah. Okay. You know Donald. Yeah. Okay. Hey, then you know what? She was a little girl. now she's a big professional. Yeah. Big time. So on this father is my godfather. See, that's why I was calling her so she could get your email and she'd send it. You just taking some pictures because you know. It was the same email that the. She didn't send it to you. I did.
Oh, okay.
So she'll have to send. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Whoever it is again. Just the two co-chairs. Okay. Yeah, you know they take it. You know they taking pictures of them. How you been?
Yeah.
Okay. And you?
I'm good. My dad said Don Paul.
Yes. Dawn is your.
My dad is saying, you did a story with my cousin. He said Hamilton. And that's not your cousin.
Yeah, Dawn. Dawn's father. Dawn's
I didn't know y'all was related.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Actually,
Is he ready?
Main
right
person.
here. But these two are the new co-chairs. So there's that. So we did South Africa. It was just over there. They operating. They crazy over South Africa. These two right
Do you guys want to stand instead of sit?
No.
I think they want to sit.
Does this board present any challenge? Like it's kind of shiny in the background? Okay.
No.
The three is gonna sit in the middle.
Yeah. Come. Yeah, we take the same posture. Dawn. Y'all come take your seat.
We just see me and smile.
At some point, we'll have Ms. Kim do a brief introduction of herself, and you're gonna speak about what it's like to be a female registered surveyor in the Bahamas.
Yes.
Okay. So
We have a,
you could sit. You could sit right there. Come close. Get
you know
comfortable.
you want on. Yeah, come. Sit down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Same topic. Same. Josh, everything.
Hold on. Let me take it down.
Y'all don't need that. I'll remove it out of the way completely.
There's Reverend Sturrow.
Yeah, go to the airport.
Okay.
Remember, you only come in from Freeport.
So, IOC and Civil Society Bahamas.
He's by OC as well, just the foundation for Freeport.
Young
Colby.
Colby.
Go on.
The tall gentleman, tall young man. Okay, ready? So this mic is live? Okay.
Oh, there.
All right, so good afternoon to the members of the general public. My name is Roderick Wood. I'm the president of the Bahamas Association of Land Surveyors. And I'm joined by some of our affiliates and advisors, starting with Civil Society Bahamas, and that would be Dr. Anthony Hamilton. I'm joined by Dr. Hepburn from the Civil Engineering Department of the University of the Bahamas, in the gray shirt. I'm joined by Miss Yolande Moxie from our BIOC Alliance, right? And these are strategic partners for the Bahamas Association of Land Surveyors. I'm also joined by two co-chairs of the Bahamas Young Surveyors Network in the form of Ms. Delarice Allen and Mr. Don Kemp. And then, as surveyors, I have with me, I have Mr. Thomas Ferguson, who is the secretary of the Bahamas Association of Land Surveyors. I have Mr. Ben Ferguson, who is a senior advisor, and I have Ms. Janique Kemp, who is one of our esteemed female licensed and registered experienced land surveyors in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And the topics we want to cover today, we recently attended the International Federation of Surveyors Conference in South Africa. And while I myself was not there, we had a delegation of 4 ambassadors who traveled to South Africa, and they represented the Bahamas very well. They made connections with countries from all around the world on the topic of surveying and training and innovation, and youth involvement and youth interaction in the profession. Later on, you will hear from Mr. Kemp and Ms. Allen and Mr. Ferguson on how that trip went. My concern as president, I want to express to the general public of the Bahamas that we have a major shortage of surveyors in the country. In particular, we have a major shortage of young persons who are interested in the profession. And while we don't want to spend too much time speaking about what is the issue or the problem, we want to jump straight towards what are the solutions. We are going to start a drive as of today to recruit as many young persons as we can to become interested in the profession of land surveying, which also goes by the terms geomatics and geospatial sciences. These are all related terms. We are interested in recruiting as many young people as we can, and this includes males and females, and particularly those immediately just either coming out of high school or recently enrolled in a university or college, and maybe they're not sure of what they want to do. We want to recruit as many of you as we can to come into the surveying profession. We do understand and we are aware that to be a successful surveyor, you need to, you are required to have a strong background in the sciences, maths, physics, and geography in particular. So we are urging persons coming out of high school to seek to achieve the 5 O levels, which will include the English, the math, the physics, and the geography, and one other course, maybe chemistry or something else, to make up the 5. But you must build your strong background in the math and the sciences and your language. These are required. This is only the core courses required for getting into a training institution and doing well in surveying. But in addition to that, we're strongly appealing to every young Bahamian or anybody seeking to change their career to take advantage of this beautiful gift that the government has given you in the form of BTVI and University of the Bahamas. We're saying to you, you can save a tremendous amount of time and money by enrolling in your local institutions and taking advantage of all the core courses that they offer that are transferable to any other institution around the world where you can complete your studies in surveying. So if, say for example, maths is required, you can enroll in BTVI or University of the Bahamas in either their Maths Associate program or combined program with Math and Physics or Math and Geography, and their pre-engineering or either their associate in any of the engineering sciences. And that significantly helps you to build your background in pursuing any science program in any institution around the world, but particularly in surveying. We're saying, take advantage of this offering. Take advantage of the cost saving. Take advantage of the fact that you can drive or catch a bus to BTVI or University of the Bahamas instead of having to pay for a plane ride or boat or something else to get to another part of the world, to do what you can do right here. But building, the key thing that I personally am going to drive home is that you absolutely must build your strong foundation academically before even approaching a course in surveying, or else your chances of success become really small. So in other words, if you start here, spend a year or two with Dr. Hepburn and the lecturers at BTVI. Once you're done, I'm going to say to you, or I can say to you here and now, that move right there will make a big difference in your career path. Okay? So we're asking every parent, every student, every brother, sister, auntie, or uncle, every pastor, if you see some young person or you know some young person from grade 7 to grade 12 who you think may have the ability or who hasn't made up their mind yet what they want to do, please direct their attention, first of all, towards the core courses of sciences, including the maths and English. Please encourage them to enroll in our local institutions, and by all means, let them know that there's a profession called surveying, where you get to travel, where you get to see all of the Bahamas, sometimes other parts of the world, where you get to use exciting equipment, where you get to practice sciences that will keep your mind active and excited for a long time to come. We're saying, come join us in surveying, but please come prepared. Okay? So from here, I want to pass it on to.
I have quite a few questions. You're doing a call to action, but quite a few people don't know what the call to action is for.
Right.
What is surveying exactly?
Right, and we appreciate that question. So, surveying, first of all, is a science. And it is a science, it's the science of measurements. So, you will be measuring the Earth's surface and some, different parts of the Earth, the sea floor, the Earth's surface. You will be conducting measurements, and these measurements will be used for development in terms of, say, community development, construction development, everything that involves human activity and development will call for the use of a surveyor. So the practice and the art of, and the science of preparing for development or starting a new construction site involves surveying. Transferring the title to a parcel of land, you will need a surveyor to check the boundaries and make a report saying that those boundary lines are clear and free of any encroachments and encumbrances surveying has a lot of impact on the things that you do daily, even if you're not aware of it.
What could happen if land surveying is done incorrectly?
Well, especially, well, being a science, right? Anytime you don't do any aspect of it correctly, some damage is more than likely to occur. Okay? But if I was to speak about, say, a boundary survey, if you do a boundary survey, let's say a person who is not a licensed and registered surveyor, because all the licensed and registered surveyors know how to conduct a proper boundary survey, right? But when somebody else goes out and do a boundary survey, and they put the boundary in the wrong place, you end up with a dispute between two neighbors, two people. And in Bahamian terms, you end up with people throwing rocks and bottles and fighting with one another and injuries, when if you have a dispute and you start off by any one of those persons, or the two of them combining and say, let's get a surveyor to answer the question, where is the boundary between our two parcels of land? When that surveyor comes, does his measurements, or her, does their checks and balances, and puts in a boundary and shows it to each person. One stays on the left, one stays on the right. There's no more need for confusion and arguing and disharmony. So surveyors help to maintain accord and peace and order among whichever society that they are in, just by doing their role and doing it properly.
You talk about the shortage of surveys in the Bahamas. How severe is the shortage of land surveys in the Bahamas right now?
It is very severe. It is to the point where our government, let's say they have justified over a period of time bringing in foreign surveyors. Let me point out, we're not against foreign surveyors. We're not against the fact that occasionally you will probably need to bring in surveyors from other territories to assist with education or some new technology. But the point that we want to make is that whatever demand there is for this number, let's say if it is 100 or 200 surveyors for a year or every year, we're saying it is time to know what this number is. And even if last year the government and the private sector had to import these personnel, we're saying within the next 5 years, we are going to fill that number, or somehow almost 90% of that requirement, by young, Bahamian trained professionals. That's what we're setting out to do.
What would you say? I do know you did say maybe 100 or whatever case, maybe or 200, but what is the ideal number of surveyors needed in the Bahamas?
We're not quite sure what that number is yet. But here is something, again, that we want to drive home. Between BTVI, University of Bahamas, and some of the other institutions that we have identified, say in Jamaica and Trinidad and Canada, we are saying it's time to recruit at least 20 persons per year between the ages of 17 and 25, and get them enrolled in a training program towards becoming a surveyor. That is our main goal, getting this number of persons enrolled. We know that, say, about 2,000 or 2,500 persons graduate every year from high school. We're saying it's time to get maybe 20% of those persons firstly enrolled in the core courses of sciences, and then on their way to becoming a surveyor. But always keep in mind that if our government, if Land and Surveys Department, to start off with, right? If any other agency is importing the personnel that they say they need, it's time for the Bahamian population to be concerned about placing one of your children, one of your sons and daughters, or one of your grandsons and daughters in that seat. And the way to do that is, first of all, get as many young people as you can enrolled in the training and the courses that's going to move them towards achieving that academic requirement.
Why do you feel as if more Bahamians aren't entering this profession? Do you feel as if it's lack of education, lack of awareness, lack of opportunities? Because let's be honest, I haven't heard the word land surveying in like a solid yet.
Right. A lot of those things may have contributed to it. So I think you mentioned lack of awareness, lack of education. Okay, so those are key points. At the same time, we internally have already identified what some of these issues are. We're going to be careful not to dig too deep into that because, you know, in one instance, we had a press conference and the way it was delivered, it almost made the impression that we were, say, flying in the face of the minister or the education system or something of that nature. That is not our goal. Our goal, first of all, we're not a political organization. We are a community-minded and community-based organization, and we want to do our part. Since we already know that this situation exists, we're saying it's just time for us to assist with the remedies to it, without spending too much time talking about how we got here.
Because my next question was, has the government done enough to promoting land surveying as a career?
Right. See, again, this group of persons and this group of organizations, we are not concerned with blaming the government or shining any negative spotlight on the government. We know that a part of our role is to assist the government. Okay? And this is why we're calling to every person who considers themselves a concerned citizen or resident of the Bahamas to please do your part. Assist with getting young persons in the classrooms, pursuing the sciences, and getting young persons who have already built their strong foundation in the sciences to pursue surveying. So we're not concerned about targeting the government, but we are going to do our part. We know that we have to increase the number, say, of just persons enrolling in the sciences by maybe 4 to 10 times the amount. We know that we have to increase the number of persons enrolling in surveying courses. We're hoping at somewhere around 20 or more persons per year.
If nothing changes over the next 5 years, what does the future for land surveying looks like in the Bahamas?
The future will be bleak and it'll probably continue just the way it's going now. Just imagine this. And maybe I'll get myself in a little trouble here, right?
Good trouble. Good trouble.
I could think of some young people who start off every morning rolling something, lighting up something, drinking something. Whereas I personally would rather see these same young people making an effort to change the course of their life by enrolling instead of rolling this thing, whatever you do. Enrolling in University of Bahamas, BTVI, or opening a textbook, and let's say whatever profession there is in the Bahamas where there's a shortage, where they're bringing in people, it's my time to do my part to fill that seat. So there's Ms. Kemp, one of our few females. There's Mr. Thomas Ferguson, he's the secretary. Ben Ferguson is the advisor, and then these are our two youth ambassadors right here.
So you need them to come around?
Yeah, I need them to sit right there.
Okay.
You want Ms. Kemp first?
Yes, please. No, she can sit right in the middle.
Yeah.
And you can say Oh, sorry. Thank you. slip out when he finish.
Remember now, we depend on you to bring us 20 young females.
Hey, yeah, she hit the ball on the park.
Okay. I'll try my best.
Ready?
Can I have the correct spelling of your name, please?
Genique. Camp.
Can I have your position?
I'm a licensed land surveyor.
For how long?
I've been licensed for 15 years, actually, since 2011.
Private property.
Yeah, private.
That's why she looked that good. Government people agree.
What made you choose this as a career path?
I was first introduced to the profession by my uncle, who is a surveyor. I worked there during the summer, just trying to get a summer job. But I fell in love with the profession. I was already enrolled in the sciences. I had intentions of studying engineering. And so being introduced to it, seeing how the surveying profession impacts community and helps people and aids in putting wealth in the hands of Bahamians, I was naturally drawn to the profession that way.
You know, when they say your parents could tell you something over and over and over again, but when a friend tells you it's kind of different. For young people that have the science background, share with them the importance of surveying if they're, kind of stuck. Because, some young people don't know what they want to do yet. Let's talk about the importance of surveying.
I would say surveying is extremely important. It's one of the oldest professions. You can find it even in the Bible, where they said expanding your tents, right? From the Egyptian times, surveying has always been at the foundation for every development. Surveyors are the first people on the ground. And so I would say even for advancement of the nation, surveying is at the core of it. And so that's why I would say that's how important surveying is. In terms of getting into it as a profession, it's one of those jobs where if I could just be blunt, it ain't going nowhere, as I've said. There is a shortage of surveyors worldwide, and so you definitely have job security. One thing I was always told as a teenager was get into a profession that you have the ability to work for yourself. And surveying is definitely that one if you want to go into private practice. So there are many benefits of the profession itself. The profession is so vast. I think when people hear land surveyor, they think of somebody behind a tripod going into the bush. And the profession is, geospatial profession in general is so broad. There's hydrographic surveyors who map the ocean floor. You have people who are in disaster management with GIS. There are so many things. And so I think, yes, we want people who are surveyors in general, but we want to bring awareness to the professions of geospatial professions. So surveyors, GIS analysts, etc. So there's room for everybody. Yeah.
Have you, I know you're private practice, but have you been feeling the effects of the lack of land surveyors?
I would say, I think that most surveyors in private practice, I think the clients probably feel it more often too as well in terms of the time that it may take to get a survey done because the workload could be that immense, right? Because it's so few of us to do. Every bank requires right now surveyors. Again, every development, every sale, it is normally the responsibility of the seller to have a survey done to confirm that what they're selling you is what's actually on the ground. And so because so many different aspects and different sectors require our services, and there's a limited amount of us, I think we're feeling the pressure, some of us, of trying to appease and get everybody, their needs satisfied.
What support do surveyors need that they aren't receiving right
Hit nail on the head.
I don't know if I want to answer that. Not like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
Roderick of the answer that.
Yeah, save that one for Roderick.
You want me to answer from here?
No, we'll come back. Okay.
Something about trying to get females in the profession, perhaps.
Yeah.
As we wrap up, because I know the target is young people, to go to school and do all that stuff. As we wrap up,
And young females.
and young females,
Even now.
as we wrap up, what would you like to share with young individuals who, have the free time, don't have nothing to do, but the courses are available at BTVI anyway? What would you share with them?
I would share, use the resources and the institutions that are available to you. Not everybody has the opportunity to go straight off to school, but there are avenues, whether it's BTVI, whether it's free funding at the University of the Bahamas. I myself started at that time it was College of the Bahamas in their pre-engineering program before I transferred out abroad. And so I would say definitely use what you have in your hand. There is, yeah, there's pre-engineering. You can do where you do all your the mathematics that you need, the sciences that you need, English. All of those you can do here before you go off. And there are other institutions within the Caribbean, UWI, UTech, that you can then further on to complete your studies. But I would definitely say do some research. Don't take my word for it. Read about it. See where you could possibly fit in the profession itself. And then maybe look to shadow or get some information from another surveyor who may be interested in passing on that knowledge to you.
Oh, the hot seat question was okay.
What can the government?
I think it was
You gotta come sit here.
Yeah.
No, I mean it.
support do surveyors need now that they aren't receiving? Right. That's my last question.
Okay, so the question is, what support do surveyors need? Okay. The surveying profession is governed by a Land Surveyors Act that tells us how we're supposed to conduct surveys and how we're supposed to place our surveys on record at the survey department. So what we are lacking right now is, if you were to read the Act, there are features within the Act that are supposed to be available to the licensed and registered surveyors that are not in place. For example, our geodetic network. If the Act was written since 1973, our geodetic network throughout the entire Bahamas is not capable of doing what it is not capable of doing for surveyors what it was supposed to have done according to the Act. So we would need a modern, complete geodetic network so that every time we conduct a survey, we have a precise location of each parcel, right? so that when we submit these plans to go on public record, each parcel is uniquely identified so that you don't have any question anymore as to where this parcel is located and any chance of it overlapping with another parcel. Other than that, we could also benefit. There are efforts being made recently, and there are some developments being made, and again, I'll stress recently. But our ARC has been in place since 1973, which means all of this time, there are certain benefits or there's certain support or foundation that we were supposed to have to be at our best that we have not had. And so with the developments being made right now in, say, geodesy and the geodetic network, right? Individual surveyors could benefit by assistance from the government to purchase the latest model of equipment so we can contribute to the new developments that are taking place in surveying. And particularly if we are moving towards a GPS network. A GPS network benefits by having more information fed into it and by having more users. So our persons who are currently practicing in the surveying profession, surveying equipment on the whole, in particular GPS equipment, is very expensive. You're talking about $30,000 per unit sometime, $60,000 for a pair, particularly if you're buying a brand name. I know some of these terms I'm using might be very specific, but these are the things that surveyors need and sometimes are struggling to acquire and purchase. So if we were given grants right here and now to buy the latest model equipment, we can be feeding in to the development that is supposed to take place, some that are, but we can be doing our part to increase the data that is needed to improve the surveying profession.
So I'm assuming different countries were there as well.
You want to speak to these? Dr. Hamilton, so, civil society.
Ladies first.
DELARESE and Allen, ALLEN.
So tell me about the surveying trip to South Africa. What was the purpose of it for people who wouldn't know?
Well, the FIG Congress, Federation of International Surveyors, so that's a combination of surveyors from all around the world, and it was 125 countries that was represented, and that network is to share any issues or progress the surveyors are dealing with in their country, and to do presentations for any new advancements, of course, new technologies. So everybody came and networked, did presentations, shared, and of course, shared any solutions, the problems that they may have been facing, and problems that they may, or issues that they are facing in their countries.
From the conference, is there anything that was brought back to the Bahamas that is now being implemented?
Yes, that would be Ms. Dalaris Allen and Mr. Dawn Camp wearing new caps. We were initiated as young surveyors. I'm the co-chair, both of us are co-chairs of the Bahamas Young Surveyors Network. So our initiative, which we found, is worldwide. There's a shortage of surveyors worldwide. Every country spoke, and all of them had the same problem of being able to recruit young surveyors. And we came back as chairs. We joined international. We joined the International Federation of FIG Young Surveyors. And of course, we are now, 1 month in? And we, we're starting with our one-day workshop on the 25th of July to recruit young surveyors. And I would definitely like to speak to the females to come on board. As you can see, we have a great professional young surveyor who spoke earlier, Ms. Cam, who's doing extremely well. And I would like to encourage the females to come on board as well.
I realize you guys are pushing for females a lot. Is there why? I understand because females are usually individuals who have their life planned out very early compared to young men that are still questioning what do they want to do. Why is the push so much for females compared to young men?
It is a male-dominated field. I'm also in construction and architecture, male-dominated field. We don't have much females, and the drive is to bring in as much persons as we can. And that's why we're also employing on females to come into the field because there's not much females in surveying at all. Oh, 2 in the Bahamas. So we're encouraging at least 2. And in some countries, they have hundreds of surveyors. We have less than, I don't want to say the number. Qualified.
Okay. That's what you sound like. We're just at that. Start over. So tell us, when it comes to the ratio to qualified women in surveying compared to men, why is the call so heavy for women in surveying? Talk to me.
I could speak to that. I could speak to that because
Okay.
in construction,
I think she should be able to speak to it since there's only 2 women in surveying.
That's what he
For
wanted.
women in surveying is so
Okay.
loud.
That, the call, okay.
Go ahead. You can do it. You can do it.
Could you repeat the question again?
Why is the call for women in surveying so loud?
The woman for call in surveying is very loud because there is, the ratio is not balanced at all. And to try and balance out the ratio in that career field, we're trying to recruit more young females. As you know, in any basic construction field or area, it's a male-dominated field. And in some aspects of the career path, you have females who just have an eye for certain things. And it's done differently. And they ensure that it is professionally and you receive quality. So that is one of the main reasons we are trying to recruit more females into profession, because this profession has to be done. I could use the word in milliliters of seconds. Millimeters. Millimeters. Accuracy is paramount in this field. If it's done incorrectly, it could throw a road off, it could throw a house off, it could throw a building off, it could throw so many things off. It could throw a community off. Accuracy is very important in this career field.
What knowledge did you gain? Well, the knowledge that you gained from the conference, how is it now going to be distributed to the Bahamians?
well, as my co-chair, Ms. Allen, alluded to, we are on a quest, right, to recruit. So our main objective is to start our recruiting process, and it begins on the 1st of July, 25th of July. I just want to say, piggyback on what she had said regarding the females. What I have learned or discovered in construction is women have a real keen eye for detail. They so even when I go to do an inspection on a home, I try to have a female with me. So that's like an extra 4 eyes, not 2. Not 2. The women have like 4 eyes. You see? So they make your job easier and more precise and accurate for real. And as she said, what we learn also is that we are not alone in all of the problems that exist in land disputes and surveying. Land disputes exist on every continent. The surveying recruitment is very low everywhere, and so we wanna circumvent that. We want to begin to circumvent that by trying to encourage young people to get involved, sign up to BGVI, sign up to UB, try to get all of your math classes, your major math classes and sciences down so you could get involved in this career because the potential is there. Surveyors make lots of money. If you notice, they live comfortably and they live comfortably and long. They live very long. See, I have a young fellow on the side of me. He younger than me. You see? So they,
When it comes to being around 100 and how much countries?
25.
Being around 125 countries during the FIG, do you feel as if the Bahamas is upholding surveying standards?
Well, the President Wood spoke to that with regards to the acts that was written, and well, you heard his comments on that. I haven't reached there yet, so let the senior colleague speak to that issue, please. I'll reserve that for him. So that's a hot seat question.
Do you feel as if the Bahamas is heading in the right direction to, let me rephrase that. Do you feel as if the Bahamas is heading in the right direction to be held to the same standards as other countries then?
Well, now we are because now we have internationally known organization in the Bahamas Young Surveyors Network, and we are in contact with all of the other young surveyors network around the world. So we're going to bring it. We're going to do this. We're bringing it to the Bahamas, and we're going to make the difference.
Who do I give my email to so we can, because with the stories we do need photos to go with them. Oh, our stories are 1 minute and 30 seconds. So
Okay.
I actually have to split it up into 2 stories. So
Okay.
the fake story is going to be a separate story.
Okay.
And the call to action for the BTBI and UB one will be a separate story.
Oh.
So I would need photos for the
Yeah,
fake
give him a
trip. Yeah, I definitely would need stuff for that.
Also, you can get his emails and contacts for persons who want further information. Go ahead, anybody who wants further information on the association, recruitment.
That gives a new feeling.
Hey, okay, you could end it now, eh? No, I can't end the stream now.